in the category of 9 to 16 full-time officers. And in that category, the Village of Biscayne Park Police Department issued more tickets for seatbelt violations than any other agency in the state. There were a total of 1,900 tickets issued. 26 officers participated in this event, and it was an average of 73 tickets per officer, except for Police Officer Lou Palacios, which is here, right? Please come up. He issued a total of 304 tickets, so 16% of the entire volume of the state issued a couple of awards. Yeah, please.
Super nice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job. Congrats. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, just like to say one thing.
Sure.
You know, for the last number of years, our police force has really been coming in at the top of click it or ticket. And I just question the mentality of the people driving the cars because, you know, we're a small community. When are they going to learn to keep a seatbelt on?
All right. Item 4B, presentation to Commissioner Jonas. Okay, Commissioner Jonas, I know you don't want a long presentation, but we do want to recognize that you completed a certificate of completion for the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials, and we have a certificate of completion here for him. It was June 13th through the 15th in Delray Beach, and congratulations.
Thank you. Dave, if I can just have a word?
Sure.
Yeah, this was, I've talked about this before, but it really was an amazing training. It took most of 3 days. They give it 3 places around the state. I chose Delray Beach just because it was closer and I didn't have to stay there. They have really terrific speakers, some of them were very well known in the state. This is through the State League of Cities. For the 3 days, the tuition was only $300. And they provided lunch, I think, on 2 of the days, so it was very inexpensive. Some municipalities, I think pretty much some of the smaller ones, actually mandate that all elected officials have to take this training within their first year. And I really think that's a terrific idea. I think it's something we should do with our elected officials. It seems to me that it's probably very similar, actually, to the training that Katie Sorensen offers, maybe on sort of a more basic level. It's very informational, but because it's so accessible, it's easy to get to, it's very inexpensive. I really hope that at some point we will consider insisting that all of us take that training. And I will tell you that over the years that this training has been offered, and it's voluntary, of course, only 4 elected officials from Biscayne Park have ever taken it. And I'm the 4th one. So I really think we're missing a lot if all of us don't go to it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let's move on to item 4C. We have a proclamation to recognize the service of Issa Thornell. Issa, as many of you know, has been with the village for many, many years and left the village last week. I can't believe you're back so soon. No, it's an honor to have you, Issa, and we want to recognize you, so I have a proclamation to read. I typically don't read the full proclamation, but I will in this case because you're a tremendous individual. You were a tremendous employee, and I haven't known you that long, but what I've seen is you're an amazing person. You're going to go very far in your life, so I want to read this for you. Proclamation in honor and recognition of Issa Thornell for service to the Village of Biscayne Park. Whereas Issa Thornell began his career with the Parks and Recreation Division of the Village of Biscayne Park in 1995 as a young high school student working as an after-school assistant. Whereas Issa became a valuable asset to the village by filling in temporary positions as camp counselor, coordinator for the winter youth programs, and finally being hired full-time in October 2005 as the recreation coordinator, and working his way up to the position of Parks and Recreation Director in 2010. Whereas Issa has developed recreational programs, sports activities, and built up the village's signature holiday events that continue to be popular attractions for residents and visitors. Whereas Issa's energetic personality and his joy of recreation and sports has been shared with toddlers, elementary school children, teenagers, their parents, adults, and seniors alike. Whereas most importantly, Issa has given guidance, mentoring, and provided a positive role model to the many, many youths that have visited our park and participated in recreation programs through these last 19 years, and many of them who are now parents bring their children to enjoy the same. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, do hereby honor and congratulate Issa Thornell for outstanding service to the village. We further proclaim August 5th, 2014, Issa Thornell Day, and we wish him well in his future endeavors.
I know how long these meetings run, so I'll keep it brief. It's really been a pleasure, and I mean, this is humbling beyond that words can even describe. Met so many great people here and established so many great lifelong relationships here with children who have gone on to college and reached back to me and thanked me for those years and that time, and parents and former employees. And so when I started, I was a young man just looking for some after-school work, and little did I know this would turn into a career, but it's been an amazing time here. And we can't say enough how special this place is. People don't really get it unless they live here or they've worked here. But it's great, and I'll always have a place in my heart for Biscayne Park. And like I tell people all the time, I'll be a resident one day, so hopefully you guys won't be commissioners by then. No, because I'm definitely going to speak during public comment and make sure I extend the meetings as long as people did when I was here. But really, it's been a wonderful time, and I've gained more from all the many people who say I've helped them. I've gained more from them than I think I ever helped them. So it's been a wonderful run, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Issa's parents are, mom is joining us via iPad.
Hi,
Mom.
A former resident of 11615 Griffin Boulevard. Goes her home before she moved to Calabasas, so. And my dad.
Oh, he is there, okay. Sweet.
All right. Let's move on to item 4D. Madam Manager, is there?
We have some students with us tonight who are going to speak to us about flavored tobacco and their concerns regarding it. So I invite you up to the podium. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Anna Medeiros, and this is my friend and partner in crime here, Evelyn Denise.
Thank you, Evelyn.
What's called, we are part of SWAT, Students Working Against Tobacco, and we're here to present, candy flavored tobacco products. The problem with candy flavored tobacco tobacco, is that, majority are for kids, new users. And what's called, under the ages of 25. Studies show that 17-year-old smokers are 3 times as likely to use flavor cigarettes. And then also almost 90% of adult smokers begin smoking as teenagers. So while targeting the youth with these nice, lovely flavors hinders them. What's called the reason FDA does not ban them is because they're candy flavored. It's called that snus. How do you say it? Snus. Snus, small packages of tobacco resembling tea bags that are kept in the mouth. The excess juice can be swallowed instead of spat. So are a few reasons why FDA does not ban them. Besides them being, candy flavor, they do not have to be spit out. Let me give you another one. The new dissolve products palettes, a twist stick size of a toothpick are called caramel sticks, and a foam strip for the tongue, all of which are made from finely ground flavored tobacco. Let me see. Go ahead. My little partner in crime is going to pass out a few of our displays of candy tobacco that, as you can see, they're all colorful to attract a young person's eye, and so they can look more inviting. Our goal for this policy is candy flavored cigarettes are banned in the United States, but deadly tobacco products are still sold packaged with candy and fruit flavors that attract youth, including berry flavored spit tobacco and grape flavored cigars. We want to prevent our youth from beginning to use these cancer-causing products by getting them off the shelves. This policy is not aimed at a few adult users of these products who can easily switch to other tobacco products, but at protecting our youth. Because once you're a tobacco user, you're a tobacco user. There's no going back. A few facts that I have for you are that 80% of smokers start before the age of 18. So once, what's called, like I said before, once you're hooked, and once you start with these nice flavored tobaccos, you transition to other tobacco products. What's on? In our fellow state, New York, they have banned the sale of all flavored tobacco products and successfully won legal challenges to the law. So if New York can do it, we should as well be able to. That's about all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Nancy Maydeek, and I chair the Tobacco-Free Work Group of the Consortium for a Healthier Miami-Dade. The consortium has over 800 members and organizations that care about the health of our community. Today, the issue is flavored tobacco and children. I am here to ask you to sign a resolution to ban the sale of flavored tobacco products. These products are targeting our children with their multitude of candy-like flavors, colorful neon packages, such as the ones that you saw, and very low price point. This cigarillo that I have in my hand actually sells for 59 cents. When the national ban went into effect on flavored cigarettes, the use among children decreased. Unfortunately, the ban did not extend to all flavored tobacco products. Therefore, what happened is we saw an increase in the other tobacco products that remained, that were flavored. There's an obvious correlation between flavored products and their appeal to children. There is no secret. We have internal documents of tobacco companies discussing adding certain flavors to appeal to children. If there is one thing we should learn from history, it is that tobacco nicotine products destroy lives. They destroy families, and they kill individuals. There is no reason for the next generation to suffer and die because of tobacco and nicotine. If these flavored products are luring our children into addiction, then it is time to do something about it. Please sign a resolution to ban the sale of flavored tobacco products and join all the cities throughout the state of Florida that have chosen to create a healthier future for our children. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item 4E, presentation by All Aboard and Florida East Coast Railway.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, Ms. City Manager, Madam Clerk, and Mr. City Attorney. My name is Allie Soul. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for the All Aboard Florida project. So we're going to give you a brief overview. I was told to be very quick, so I can definitely do that. And then, is it okay if I just say next page? Perfect. All right, so next page. So what is All Aboard Florida? All Aboard Florida is being developed by Florida East Coast Industries, which is the legacy company of Henry Flagler. It is a separate company for Florida East Coast Railway that operates freight in the corridor today, but they are sister companies and they talk to each other and there's full communication, but it's a totally separate company. So All Aboard Florida is going to reestablish passenger rail on the Florida East Coast Railway between downtown Miami and Orlando. This is express intercity passenger rail, which is much different than the commuter rail that I know Commissioner Anderson has been very involved with since I worked with him a couple of years ago on the DOT project. So ours is 4 stations, express, so Miami to Orlando in just under 3 hours. Our stations will be located in downtown Miami, downtown Fort Lauderdale, downtown West Palm Beach, and then at the Orlando International Airport. And we own the Florida East Coast Railway, so we are leveraging that asset to develop the rail between Miami and Cocoa. Last October, we signed a lease with the Florida Department of Transportation and the Orlando Orange County Expressway Authority in Orlando to develop the other 40 miles of the rail between Cocoa and Orlando so that we could establish our station in the airport where they're building an intermodal facility. Next slide. So what is All Aboard Florida? It's 2 unique businesses. The first is the express intercity passenger rail service that I mentioned, Miami to Orlando in just under 3 hours. And the second is the development of about 4 million square feet of transit-oriented development. So mixed use, residential, hotel, office space around each of our South Florida stations. So it'll be a combined 4 million square feet of development. Next slide. So why are we doing this? Miami to Orlando, South and Central Florida are 2 of the state's most visited and populated destinations in the state. Florida is soon to be, if it isn't already, the 3rd most populated state with more than 19.5 million residents. Last year, we welcomed more than 95 million visitors to the state, and this year, the governor set a new record that he wants to meet 100 million. So by connecting these 2 areas, we're creating a synergy and creating an economic and a hospitality lifeline. Next slide. So existing transportation options are unreliable, expensive, and inefficient. I told someone earlier that, our offices are in the Gables, and it's taken me on any given day about 2.5 hours to get from there to Fort Lauderdale. It really just depends on if it's raining or if there's traffic on the road. So you really never know what you're going to encounter. And plus, the whole time, if you're driving or if you're flying, your sole focus when you're driving is to be concentrating on the road. So if you're a business traveler that's traveling from downtown Miami to downtown West Palm Beach, there really is no opportunity to catch up on your emails or maybe take a work call, but that's really pushing it because you should be paying attention to our dangerous South Florida roadways. And if you're flying, then you definitely are going to be going through security, running to the gate terminal, waiting once you get there. So we know that by providing a more reliable and convenient transportation alternative, more people will be inclined to take that. Next slide. So who is our market? It really makes up the state of Florida. So it's about a third leisure travelers, which is, my mom who lives in Orlando coming down to visit me for a long weekend in Miami. It's the 100 million tourists that visit our state every year, and then it's a third of business travelers. So, an engineer who has a job in Orlando who works in Miami can take the train and for less than 3 hours pull up his laptop, shoot out a couple of emails, work on a report, and in less than 3 hours he'll know that he'll be in Orlando to make his meeting. Next slide. So what is All Aboard Florida? We're quick. Miami to Orlando in less than 3 hours. We are custom designing our train sets and locomotives. They will be the most environmentally friendly locomotives operating in the United States. They'll meet the highest regulations set forth by the federal government. They can reach max speeds of up to 125 miles an hour, and the only place that they'll actually go that is between Cocoa and the airport, where there are no grade crossings. So we won't be going 125 miles in this section. It's convenient. So it's hourly service starting around 6 a.m. and then ending around 9 p.m. And why is that? So if you're a business traveler and you are going to a lunch meeting in West Palm Beach and you miss your train, and the next one's not going to come for 3 or 4 hours, you're never going to take All Aboard Florida again, because if you had your own car, you could have just gotten in it and been home in that time. But if you know that there's another train that's coming in 30 or 45 minutes, you can open your laptop, read a book, open the paper, and be home in less time than it would still take to drive. We're competitive, so we haven't released our pricing structure yet, but we do know that it will be cheaper to flying. So if you were to fly between Miami and Orlando, it could cost you anywhere round trip between $300 and $600, depending how far you book out. So it will be cheaper than that, and will also be competitive to driving. So people ask, what if I'm a family of 4 that wants to go up to the theme parks for a long weekend, or I want to bring my kids down to the South Florida beaches? And we hear you. And so we're developing a pricing structure that will fit the market that we are meeting. So we will be working in co-marketing with all of the tourism and hospitality entities along the corridor to really develop a service that can fit in with their marketing needs and also fit in with what our customer wants. Will be comfortable. So just imagine that each seat on All Aboard Florida will be as big or bigger than that of a seat in a first class cabin in an airplane. So you'll have plenty of room to move around. You can get up, walk to the cafe car, have a drink, an alcoholic beverage, food. It's your choice, and it'll be connected. So since we own the railway corridor, we are able to develop a very strong Wi-Fi system so that you can actually accomplish everything that you need to do while you're riding in our train. And it's also going to be current. So last year, the American Association of Public Transportation found that more and more people than ever were turning to public transportation and relying, yes, on their personal automobile. So we know that train travel is really the way of the future as our roads become more congested and more people move here. Next slide. So going green, we know that our train system will remove about 3 million vehicles from Florida's roads each year. And I mentioned that our locomotives will meet the highest emission standards set by the Federal Railroad Administration. It will also take, between Miami and Orlando, it'll take 400 gallons of fuel to move 400 people 235 miles, which is really a great statistic on gas mileage and fuel efficiency. Next slide. And so what does this mean if you're not taking our train? We are spending more than $1 billion to upgrade the railroad infrastructure that's out there today. So from double tracking the corridor to upgrading every single grade crossing to installing new signalization, this will be a totally modernized and efficient railway corridor. We've been working very closely with each of the metropolitan planning organizations on the development of quiet zones. And a quiet zone is a half-mile stretch of rail corridor where additional safety measures have been put in place so that the train, which is required by law to blow its horn, actually doesn't have to blow its horn anymore. And so with the investment that we are making in the grade crossing infrastructure and the nominal amount that the MPOs would have to put forth, we're committed to finding a way to make that happen, and we're very close to coming to a reality on that. And it also paves the way, our investment, to the ultimate commuter rail project that the Florida Department of Transportation and the South Florida Regional Transportation Authority are studying. So while our project is express intercity passenger rail connecting Miami to Orlando in under 3 hours, the commuter rail project would connect all of the cities on the East Coast between Jupiter and Miami. These two systems would connect and provide transportation options throughout Southeast Florida. Next slide. So our stations, next slide. I'm going to start at the Orlando International Airport. So we are going to be located at their future intermodal facility, which is part of their overall expansion plans. So as you can see at the top of the screen, we will be traveling west along the State Road 528 beach line, where we will thread the needle through the north terminal and end at that future intermodal facility. I'm not sure if you all are familiar with Sunrail, which is Central Florida's commuter rail system that just opened. It's very similar to our Tri-Rail, but that will connect into that future intermodal station, as well a possible maglev connection to the convention center. So just imagine, you're traveling to Orlando and you need to go downtown. You can take All Aboard Florida right into the airport, hop across the line onto Sunrail, and you'd be in downtown in less than 3.5 hours. So all without having to use your car or worry about traffic. Next slide. So this is a rendering of what the future intermodal facility will look like. It's the airport's facility. All Aboard Florida is paying fair market rent to actually be located there. And a lot of people ask, well, why aren't you building your station downtown, or why aren't you building your station off airport property? And we're all pretty familiar with the Miami Intermodal Center, which just got finished out by the airport. This is Central Florida's Miami Intermodal Center. It'll have rental cars, ground transportation out to the parks, and because we're serving a very diverse mix of people who are all wanting to go different places in Orlando, we knew that this mobility hub was the right place for our station to be. Next slide. So in West Palm Beach, we will be located to the west of Quadrille and between Datura and Avernia, that red area that you see on the screen. That means we are just south of Clematis Street, which is their nightlife going out district, and we are just north of the Performing Arts Hub and City Place. And then a little bit off Okeechobee is their convention center. So we'll connect into their existing transportation options. You have Tri-Rail, which exists today, which is about 3 blocks to the west of our station, and then their downtown trolley system. Next slide. And this is a rendering of what the station will actually look like. So we hired Skidmore, Owings & Merrill, and a local architect, Ziskovich, to design all of our South Florida stations. And SOM is one of the best in the world, and Ziskovich is one of the best as well. So in each of these renderings that you'll see, they embody our brand, which is a very forward-thinking, futuristic, symbol of reestablishing passenger rail in America. Next slide. So in Fort Lauderdale, we'll be located just north of Broward Boulevard and to the west of their bus facility. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with downtown Fort Lauderdale in this area in particular, but it is a very underdeveloped and underutilized neighborhood. So by us coming in here, we're going to develop 4 acres of property and more. We know that it's going to create a new downtown and a new gateway into the city. And I should mention that all of our stations, West Palm, Fort Lauderdale, and we're working on Miami, would also be able to be integrated with the future commuter rail on the FEC line. So it is really effortless that if you come into our Fort Lauderdale station from All Aboard Florida, a passenger could shift over to commuter rail, and if they wanted to go to Deerfield Beach or wherever, same thing in Miami, come up to North Miami, it would be able to do so. Next slide. And this is a rendering of what our Fort Lauderdale station will look like. Next slide. So Miami is really our Grand Central Station. It is the thin red piece of land that you see just to the east of the government center. That is the original site of Henry Flagler's Miami Station when he developed passenger rail on the FEC. So it's been in the company for more than 100 years. And if you've ever been to County Hall and parked in those parking lots, just imagine that in a few short years it will look much different. Not to mention that the excitement and the amount of people in that area will be much, much different too. Same thing, if you were to go there today, right now at 6:30, whatever time it is, it would be an empty area. we are totally revitalizing the western side of downtown and building an area that people come to not only when they want to get on All Aboard Florida, but if they want to go out to dinner or if they want to have an experience. So this will really be our intermodal hub. We will connect to 2 Metro Rail stops and 2 Metro Mover stops. And then, as you know, the Orange Line goes out to the airport, so there's also a direct connection. So it's really a multimodal facility right in downtown Miami. Next slide. And so this is what it would look like. Well, we are building an elevated station as to not close the through streets to the port, but this is the ultimate vision. So this is about 3 million square feet of transit-oriented development, mixed-use towers with commercial, residential, office space, retail at the bottom. Next slide. So this is from a street view looking north. We really want to activate the street area and make it pedestrian friendly so that it encourages people to come there and it encourages people to walk around and revitalize that western side of downtown. Next slide. So what will All Aboard Florida do? So we are investing, this project is actually more than $2 billion. It's privately funded, and as a result of our $2 billion investment, it will generate more than $6.4 billion in direct economic impact to Florida's economy over the next 8 years. We will start construction on the Miami to West Palm Beach segment in the next couple of months, and that construction coupled with extending to Orlando will create more than 10,000 jobs per year between 2014 and 2016. And then we will also add about $3.5 billion to Florida's GDP, not to mention several $100 million in tax revenue once the project is even up and operational. So next slide. With that, I would love to take any questions, and we thank you for your consideration and support of this important project.
Thank you very much. All right, any comments from the commission? Or we have an item later in the agenda, so we can, I know it's on the consent, but
Right.
do you want
I
to?
do have a question about
Great.
the quiet zones,
Yes.
because that was a concern of ours when we had the last presentation, and how that would be developed, and how, what would the city's involvement in that be?
Well, so the Village of Biscayne Park does not have any crossing agreements with the railroad. So the county and the other jurisdiction, we would work with them on those improvements to be made. And basically, we have to go in to each grade crossing and upgrade it to meet the safety standards that would be required when we're adding trains. And so we're of the mindset that that work should only happen once to provide less impacts for us, and then less impacts obviously for your constituents and people that are using those crossings, because you do have to close them when you pull up all that infrastructure. So we will be working to make that happen at a coordinated effort, and we'll definitely work with your city manager and your staff on any traffic impacts or mitigation measures that need to be put in place while construction is actually occurring.
So you're coordinating with Miami MPO on it?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, well, I think it's important that we stay apprised of your progress, and
Most
know when it
definitely.
can happen.
Do you have a financial commitment from the MPO?
We are working on that. So All Aboard Florida is investing more than $47 million to upgrade the grade crossings in Miami, Broward, and Palm Beach County. Without that investment, quiet zones really would frankly not be a reality, because none of the cities would be able to come to the table with those kinds of funds. So we are working, and like I said, very soon there will be a plan in place, and we will be able to announce how that is going to be paid for. So yeah, we are working on that. All assurances.
Other comments, questions?
You talked about having Wi-Fi on your system?
Yes, ma'am.
On the rail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so is there a possibility for the local communities to tap into that Wi-Fi?
So I can definitely bring that back to my team. We have a separate company, Florida East Coast Industries does, called Parallel Infrastructure, that deals with cell towers and right-of-way management. So I can definitely bring that back to them, and I'm sure your city manager would be the appropriate person to speak with. We can have that discussion.
Right. And now, since you mentioned, follow-up question, since you mentioned cell towers, I imagine you're going to be setting up your own, well, through the Wi-Fi or some other system of communication for your system.
Yes.
Is there a possibility of enhancing something like cell tower or cell service in the area for the community?
I will definitely take that to Parallel and have them follow up with your city manager. And we've been open to having those discussions. So I'm just not responsible for that side of the business. So I'll definitely bring it to the right person.
Okay, understood. It's a lot of information to put out.
I know.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Any other comments? Commissioner Anderson?
You were saying the trains will be running approximately from 6 a.m. until 9 p.m.?
Correct.
Is that 7 days a week?
Yes.
How often are they going to be running, like once an hour or?
So there will, train, yes, there will be hourly service. So there will be an additional 32 passenger trains that will be added to the Florida East Coast Railway. Those passenger trains are about 900 feet in length. So they are much shorter than the freight trains that operate today, which can be anywhere from 2 to 2.5 miles. They will take less than a minute, about 45 to 50 seconds to clear an intersection. So if you are a motorist or a pedestrian, if you do the math, 2 times an hour, less than a minute, that's less than a 97% chance of ever encountering a passenger train.
So what we're looking at is about every half hour a train to come through?
A passenger train, yes.
And one of our smaller roads is the 107th. That's on our south east border. There's homes all around there. And to think that every half hour from 6 a.m. until 9, they're going to hear a horn, I think the quality of life will really drop. And I want to make sure we're going to have assurance that that will be a quiet zone. And what I'm hearing from you, the county's working on it, but that is going to really be disruptive for life around that whole area.
Understood. And so by federal statute, only the local authority with jurisdiction over the roadway can actually apply for a quiet zone. So all aboard Florida FECR, they can't even make that recommendation, which is why we've been working with the county, working with the cities, and working with the MPOs as they go through this quiet zone process, and we identify the additional nominal funds to pay for it.
And what I've noticed over the last couple of years, it seems like there's more freight trains, and they seem to be longer than they were, let's say, 15, 20 years ago. So what I'm looking at is we're going to have the same volume right now of freight trains, or could be more, could be less, but it doesn't have anything to do with the freight.
Correct.
Plus, we're going to have this on top of it, and since we have homes along the whole area there, and because of the way our city is, you hear all of that noise within a couple of blocks easily of those tracks, and as we going all the way on down from there, and it really is going to, I feel, it's going to disrupt people's lifestyle, especially when you get the cooler weather where people may like to sleep with the windows open, with trains going by starting at 6 a.m. in the morning without some kind of a sound barrier or something to do something so you don't hear this racket coming through every half hour.
So in regards to the freight traffic, there are about 14 freight trains that operate on the Florida East Coast Railway today. And I can tell you that last year, the U.S. Department of Transportation awarded about $14 million to connect the South Florida Rail Corridor and the Florida East Coast Railway Corridor, so the CSX and FEC corridors, in 2 places. One would be in northern West Palm Beach, and then the other would be right at the Hialeah Rail Yard. So what that means is X amount of trains, they're still working on that number. It could be up to 12. It could be up to 14. They're coming south from Jacksonville and then going north to Jacksonville, could be shifted over to the CSX rail corridor. These are the long-haul trains that are coming out of Port Miami that are coming down from Jacksonville. But FECR was a funding partner in that initiative, as was CSX, as was SFRTA. So there is an effort to work on freight distribution in South Florida, and that would eliminate a significant amount of the freight trains that would be operating on that corridor. Because to your point, with bringing in commuter rail and bringing in passenger service, there has to be capacity for everything. And if there's the opportunity to move over, they've said that they're interested in looking at that.
Well, my main concern is because of all the homeowners around there, it's going to really degrade the quality of life of those homeowners within a few blocks of that track without some kind of a sound barrier along through that area.
Which is why we are very focused on working with the MPOs for the quiet zone funding.
Well, also, too, just the sound of the train going by. Even if you didn't hear the horns, to me, is the high point, because that makes the most noise. But just the sound of the trains going by every half hour.
So the trains that we are purchasing are, it's like a European style type of train traffic. So they are significantly lighter, significantly faster, and significantly more quiet than the freight trains that operate. Because if you imagine you have a 2-mile long freight train that's carrying rock or carrying those containers that can be double stacked, this will be significantly different than that.
Because I noticed Metro Rail, where it goes down through Coral Gables, it's elevated. The squeaking of the metal against metal upset those neighbors around there so much that Dade County went ahead and put a sound barrier so you don't hear that noise. There's very, very little of it. Do you have anything that you're going to be working on to do the same kind of a thing to protect the homeowners?
So we are, what's called, when we're upgrading the track, it will be continuously welded, so that clickety-clack that you
They
hear
are now, right?
will
By
be
us.
eliminated.
No, they're welded now by us.
It will be completely upgraded once we're done with it. But as in regards to a wall, no. I mean, we are not building a wall along the property. I think that would probably have more of a reaction than the addition of trains, which is why we're so focused on implementing the quiet zones with the MPOs.
Okay.
Recognizing that that's of significant importance to not only the village of Biscayne Park, but every community up and down the corridor from here to Cocoa.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, just getting back to item 4D, I know the SWAT folks are still here. I just wanted to ask whether it was appropriate for us to put a resolution on the next agenda for the next meeting, just so they're aware that what we're doing. I mean, you're welcome to stay the rest of the meeting, but I didn't, just wanted to give you some direction.
Sounds
Okay.
great. We'll
Okay.
have it next meeting.
All right, thank you very much. All right, item 4F, the presentation by R.J. Heisenbottle regarding the log cabin assessment.
Mayor, this presentation is part of the grant that we received from the State of Florida Department of Historical Resources. This village received a $20,000 matching grant, to which we provided $20,000 to conduct a historic building assessment of the log cabin. This is the first step in the next steps, of which would be the restoration and rehabilitation of the cabin. Mr. Heisenbottle is here to present his findings, and we, as of the 31st of July, earlier this month, closed out our grant with the state and are in good standing with the state as far as the grant goes. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Heisenbottle. Thank you.
More for you, sir.
Thank you. Mayor, I'd like to ask him a question right off the beginning.
Okay, one second, sir.
I'd like to just ask you a quick question. From state up there, do you have this electronic that we can
Yes.
receive? That's what that answered my question.
Yes.
I run out of room of
It is
keeping
all
paper.
in PDF, and this is an updated version to the one that the city manager has seen earlier. But I will get her the final updated PDF tomorrow morning by email.
Perfect, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Because, there's a limit on how much paper we can keep stacking.
Every time we do this, I just finished a moment ago, literally moments ago, a presentation to the Development Review Board at Miami Beach. We had 6 different things we had to present. They required 15 copies of each. But there were just so many pounds of paper going, I feel guilty delivering it. You have to use hand trucks to move the paper, and where does it really go?
Right.
So, Madam Manager, you will receive your PDF copy tomorrow. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Rich Heisenbottle. I'm president of R.J. Heisenbottle Architects in Coral Gables. And yes, we did have the challenge here of dealing with what we know now is really one of our most unique landmarks in Dade County. There are only a handful of true log cabin buildings that are here. One I had the good opportunity of restoring years ago in one of our Dade County parks, Grinnell's Park, and this was fun to look at and understand as well. This distinctive style of its architecture is what makes this building special and historic. It was constructed, for anyone else in the audience, so you may be wondering, it was constructed 81 years ago as part of the Works Progress Administration program to generate jobs at that time. And watching the history of the building as we put it together in the book there and learning from it, it has really served the village very, very well, and it remains generally in good condition. What we did for the report for under the state grant was to try to make this a bit of a primer for moving forward with renovations and restoration, rehabilitation and restoration of the building. So what you have in the report is in fact this historic overview. But we've also created existing conditions, architectural plans in AutoCAD by going out there, physically measuring the entire building, and then drawing it in plan, section, and elevation. And you're going to see those at the end of this. They're bound in the book, but you'll see them at the end anyway. And then we came through with our engineering team, and we did both a evaluation and recommendations report. Now we did that certainly architecturally, but we also did it for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and structural. And then the fourth part of our report is, in fact, this proposed restoration and rehabilitation plan. Okay, if we restore this, what do we do with it? How do we do it right? How do we do it in accordance with the Secretary of the Interior standards, which is how we're going to be governed here. That's the State Historic Preservation Office will review this in accordance with those standards. The county's Historic Preservation Office will review it in accordance with those standards. And then the final part of this is the budget. What do we really think this is going to cost? So we prepared a budget cost estimate at the end. I'll let you go to the next slide. Go ahead. Thanks. I wanted to, instead of wading through all of that paper, I really wanted to run through those key items here so that everybody gets it as to what we would propose to do. In our plan, we have a selective demolition plan, and that plan calls for the removal of what we call all non-original additions. I think, as everyone knows, there were a number of additions that were put on the building over the years, some done better than others, all trying to be sensitive and perhaps not succeeding as well as one could have. But we would propose, and we know the State Preservation Office would support us, with the removal of the kitchen, removal of the office, and removal of the police headquarters additions to the building. Also, you're going to be shocked that I want to remove the roof. We'll talk more about that after, because there's a structural reasons that I want to ultimately remove the roof and put a new one back on. The aluminum windows, we believe, are things that should go, and more appropriate wood windows, impact-resistant windows in particular, that are made out of wood, should probably replace those. And then we're also recommending the replacement of the mechanical system and the electrical and fire alarm upgrade. But I'll get into more of that in the next slide. From the architectural perspective, and this also leads a little into structural, I'm calling for roof replacement and enhancement, including insulation. That one line item contains more than probably anything else in the rest of the book.
First of all, on the AC side, there's no insulation in the roof whatsoever. And while we were there, we found that the air conditioning system literally works continuously. That's anything but energy efficient. Now, it's not, I would suggest that the building is never going to be a model for energy conservation, but right now, it's pouring through the roof. So, and heat is pouring in through the roof. So, we would like to put, as the building is rehabilitated, we would like to put insulation on top of that, on top of the roof. And then I talk about enhancements. The enhancements I'm talking about here are not the insulation sort of enhancement, but a structural enhancement. I'm really quite amazed that the roof has stayed on the building quite as long as it has. We'd like to structurally enhance the building so that while it will never meet current code, it will have a much greater capacity to withstand a storm than it has had in its past 81 years. We propose to strap the roof rafters down, better attach this timber, because it is all timber, better attach this timber to the sidewalls of the building and to create a roof diaphragm by placing plywood over top of the existing shake shingle roof. So when you look up from the inside, you're going to think that this is the same roof that we've had for years. But when you're on top of it, you're going to have a layer of insulation and a layer of plywood. That plywood does amazing things to create what we call the structural engineers call a building diaphragm. And will, along with the straps that we're proposing, will make this much more resistant to hurricane winds. For those same reasons, the aluminum windows are inappropriate from the get-go, but they don't, because of their color, they don't stand out very much. The building was probably built without windows at all. The shutters just opened, the shutters closed. We all know it wasn't air conditioned at the time. But more appropriate, impact-resistant wood windows and doors are part of what we're proposing here. Waterproofing. Not only would we put a new membrane roof on top of that new plywood that we're proposing, but we would on top of that, literally creating a sandwich here, we would on top of that put new shake shingles, and there are in fact wood shake shingle roofs that do meet the current code and do have Dade County NOAs, product approvals for their use here. So we think that's really one of the most major steps in rehabilitation of the building to secure its long-term future. On this notion of waterproofing, it's not so much the roof in this case, because I didn't really see any evidence that the roof was leaking terribly anywhere, but the chinking in the mortar, all the mortar joints that go around these logs, the chinking is literally falling out. And that's due to a host of reasons. Most of it is cementuous in nature. I think we need to do a little research going forward. What is the best chinking material to put in between those logs that may have a bit more flexibility? You know, as the logs dry out and they shrink a little bit, I'm sure the adhesion that was once there is no longer there. So the entire building does need to be re-chinked. That's a term that I'm sure we haven't all heard before. Excuse me. It's almost comedic, isn't it? No, that's all right. There you go. Thank you. I'm sorry. The wood floor is actually in rather good condition, although we're concerned about the floor structurally because it slopes. We have it has a valley to it, so we're saying whatever's holding this wood floor has sunk in some areas, and we're going to need to do some further investigation on that. But at the end of the day, that basic oak floor that we see there is perfectly fine, and we would simply send a refinisher in and have it refinished so it looks brand spanking new when we're done with it. The building does need to be termite treated. We have an important challenge in trying to take the restrooms and reconfigure those restrooms to make them, shall we say, more ADA compliant. I don't believe that we're ever going to really get the narrowness of that restroom, we tried already, to meet full compliance with ADA. I may have to write a waiver from the state for ADA on this and provide what they deem more limited accessibility. But I think we can do a better job than what we have there. So we would propose that the interior of the restroom not change its look so much, but to change the configuration of the fixtures going forward and change some of the fixtures themselves going forward to better make the building ADA accessible. And these are just some of the photographs of the areas that we would propose to remove. The office addition would be removed. Go to the next one. The kitchen addition, I think, as we all know, would be removed. And I think this is really one of those important photographs to linger on for just a second. This is that original wood shingle roof from the underside looking up. Now, I wonder, for all the time that all of you have been in the building, and I'm sure it's a lot of time, whether you ever really looked up and thought about the structure that was there. It is a very spindly structure that is not tied together by any plywood or 2x12 timber that you might, or trusses like you might find in your house. It is tied together with a little maybe 1x6 straps or 1x4 straps in the right photograph that tie these logs, these small scale timbers together, and while we want to keep this historic look from the inside, we sure would like to strengthen this a little bit. So that's the notion of kind of keeping this look on the inside, but putting the plywood on top to strengthen it, and insulation to strengthen it going forward. And this just kind of points out one of the additions. And the doors that are not original, which we would change going forward. This is a view of this chinking and the missing chinking mortar throughout the entire building and on the interior. I think this is also one of those things that's an important change, an important repair item, if you would, going forward to stop it, to make it more watertight. Let me shift over now to the structural scope of work for a moment. We want to repair some of the intersect damage and with epoxy wood filler. Not a terribly difficult thing to do. Some of the rafter ends would need to be repaired because they've had some wood rot, and then of course they would be stained and no one would know the difference. The roof sheathing I already spoke about. To create more of a code recognized impact resistant system. This diaphragm that we were talking about earlier, with additional framing connections, and of course we know it's non-compliant to the current code. The fireplace could or could not, you'll see the way we wrote it in there, it could or could not be reinforced. I don't think that the reinforcement of the fireplace, as noted by my structural engineer, is something that I would want to invest any money in. I think that it's too complicated to do this fiberglass reinforcing that he's talking about, and I don't think we're going to get that much out of it. So I didn't include anything in the cost estimate for it. But we do need to add additional vents on the floor. We do need to investigate both the foundation and the underside of the floor, because very often, and we found this on the Merrick House in Coral Gables, the underside of that floor, because the air conditioning is going all day in the office area up above, the underside of that floor starts to sweat because it is not adequately ventilated. And then whatever the lumber is that is supporting it over the crawl space, let's just assume it was a 2x10 or 2x12s. We can't see them right now. We're going to have to take something apart to see it later on. But whatever that is, they tend to rot, and they can rot big time until, and we may be, our evidence, our concern there is that we have sagging areas of the floor, and so we would like to just investigate that a little bit further going forward. On the mechanical system side, you don't have a very old air conditioning unit in there. You have actually two units in there. One covers the additions, the other covers the main building. But the difference would be that if this reused building becomes an assembly occupancy space, becomes a space that we can have village commission meetings in, just like this one, it really changes from an office occupancy to an assembly occupancy. The code requirements for air conditioning are different. I think we can get a lot more energy efficient by simply putting in a new unit, a new air conditioning unit that that has the correct amounts of outside air as well, and ultimately does comply with code. The domestic water line does not have a backflow preventer, so we've got some money in the budget for adding a backflow preventer if we rehab the building with, not a crisis item, but something that should be done. We would propose also to replace the water heater with a tankless type water heater rather than running all day, every day. When no one is there or a limited number of folks are there, it becomes an on-demand energy use, and they are very efficient. We'd have one on the woman's side, one on the men's side, and that would take care of the whole building. We would also replace the plumbing fixtures, not only to meet the ADA code that we talked about earlier, but also to meet the minimum water flow requirements that Dade County has. We have flow controls to minimize the gallons of water used on every toilet flush, things like that. So that would be something that we would, another reason for us to deal with replacement of the toilets. We need to replace the fire service riser. What does that mean? And why are we doing it? The reason is that the fire service riser, there's nothing wrong with it at all. It's just on a portion of the building that is really an addition. And we would want to, when we remove that addition, we would want to relocate it to also make it less obvious. Right now it stands out there and it's not a very pretty thing to look at. I didn't include photos of it, but not take my word for it. And so in the relocation of this, that's just some plumbing work that we would do with a sprinkler contractor. We would also propose a new electrical switchgear and rewiring throughout and new lighting throughout, including the exterior. By code, the parking area needs to be lit. I don't believe we have any lighting in the parking area right now. And we do need emergency illumination, which is not difficult to provide. We do it by battery backup in the light fixtures themselves. But in the replacement, in the redo of the space, we would propose to put new light fixtures in there and have them on emergency battery backup power as well. And this again is just that view of the trusses. You can see some of the bigger members coming across. The problem with any of that timber is that it's not adequately secured to one another. Nails don't do it now. So we would find very creative ways with either bolts or straps to anchor these a little more securely, and at the same time try to make them not as make those connections not obvious, so no one knows about them. And this is that toilet room situation, so everybody can see it. The difficulty on the toilet rooms from an ADA perspective is the narrowness of the space. But I think we can do things to it that will make it ADA accessible, even if it doesn't meet the letter of the law. And then I thought I would end here with the drawings that we did. Not in this case, the existing condition drawings are one thing, but this is effectively a very good set of schematic design drawings. In fact, some would call them design development drawings for the rehabilitation of the building. On the left side of the screen over here, and in your books they should be foldouts. On the left side, we have this selective demolition plan. It shows in red those elements of the building that were additions that we would propose to remove. And on the right side, it shows the proposed restoration floor plan, returning the building to its original dimensions, allowing that porch to flow all around the building. And we'll talk more about that on the next slide. Go ahead. This is a good example on the roof. On the original roof is really on the right-hand side. The addition of the manager's office, in fact, is the one that is off on the left-hand side. And so we would remove that addition, remove that roof, and return it to what it historically was. This is the framing plans that better illustrate some of that. Some of this other framing would also come out. And go to the next one. And these are elevations, the selective demolition on the elevations. Everything in red would be removed, and the building would be returned to the purest simplicity that we have on the right. And this is it just from a different view. So the porch or portico share, I suppose that we might call it, around the entire building would be reestablished. There's some discussion by my structural engineer in his section of the report that one could consider taking the concrete columns that are there and changing those to timber columns. Yes, I know the concrete columns that are there are not original. The building was originally done with timber. But I think that I don't think it would be the cost benefit to that would be, from a historical perspective, or any architectural perspective, would be a benefit. I think the structural stability that we have with the concrete columns is best left the way it is, and so we would propose to leave those. And these are just some of the sections. You can, in more detail, you can see how we got into what would be removed, and to make it historically correct, and the way it might ultimately be when it's restored. So at the end of the day, the building would look almost like it does in this final photograph, of a historic photograph that I trust everybody has seen before, except for one thing. And I'm wondering if anybody can guess the difference here. I'll tell you. The building appears to be screened here, and I would not propose that the screening go back on. We have proposed, if you look real closely into the drawings, that the railing system, the timber railing system that was there originally, that the timber railings be put back and this entirely opened up. But let's face it, since the building is air conditioned today, it's really nice to see the log cabin, and I think by replacing the screening, whether it's authentic or not, takes away the look that everyone has grown accustomed to seeing, and that really represents the village of Biscayne Park. So we would propose not to put the screening back either. There is one other issue, but I need to grab one of my books over here to go into it with you.
The last page.
And it's the last two pages, the last section, tab 7, really contains what we call a budget cost estimate. We don't have all the answers at this stage, but generally speaking, you'll see that we've put together a budget cost estimate for this of roughly $500,000. $497 is what I'm showing here. A lot of that depends also on the amount we ultimately choose as a contingency. This contingency, as I was thinking about it last night, was a little light, and we probably should beef that contingency up to maybe $50,000, because there will be unforeseen conditions and things like that. But generally speaking, as you go forward, planning for the future, we would recommend that you budget in that realm of $500,000 to $525,000 for this work. I know that's a mouthful, so if you've got any questions whatsoever, I'll be delighted to try and answer them for you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Anderson.
When you're saying about putting the plywood over the existing roof, that roof that's up there now replaced a roof that had plywood. Because going way back, you had the shingles. When they went bad, they put plywood, tar paper, and another set of shingles up top there. And that little cupola up in the top,
right,
that was added because of all of the heat in there. This is before air conditioning.
Right.
Because we used to have our commission meetings used to be there.
I'm aware, yeah.
Until you got to the time of the year that too many people, including the commissioners, were swatting mosquitoes and sweating too much, then they would come over here for a couple of months. The difference here is, it comes out of some of my experience.
the replacement roof is done architecturally correctly. I mean, it is done in accordance with probably the way that roof, additions aside, it is done probably in the exact same manner as that roof was originally built. The problem with that, it really doesn't give us any structural enhancement. We want it for what it looks like on the inside, authentic. But what I'm trying to do is to build in this structural enhancement at the same time, and my game plan is to hide it. So my preservation officer looks on the inside and she's happy. She looks on the outside and she's happy. And in between, we've managed to put at least 2 inches of rigid insulation and plywood to help stabilize the building from a structural perspective. So it's, you know, it's probably a new, with wind loading today, that's probably the best thing that we can do to assure its long-term longevity.
But having that plywood that was up there for all those years probably helped it structurally.
Yes, it did. And when you think about 81 years, it's lasted a very long time. And in spite of the issues that we've come up with here, which may sound like a lot, the building is in reasonably good condition. I mean, it's got issues, but it's nonetheless. I think it'd be with this sort of a very comprehensive rehabilitation. I believe it's a building that could again last another 80 years.
Thank you.
Watts. Another question?
No, that was it.
I have just a couple, and I apologize for coming in late. I was picking up someone whose surgery went longer than anticipated, and I couldn't leave. The columns, I just sort of missed. Where are the two concrete columns?
Let's go back into the presentation for a second, and we'll go to
Right at the entrance.
we'll go to a floor plan. You see them. You see them every day. They're not there. Go down to those. Yeah, go down to right there. Go back one. I'm going to point out it in the previous floor plan photograph, and then it'll become very obvious to everyone. Back up one slide. There you go.
The concrete columns that I'm talking about are actually these. No, those are the 10. Are these columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that actually ring the entire perimeter of the building.
Okay.
They were originally timber, I'm very sure of that, because we see that elsewhere. Somewhere in the enhancements of the building.
They were changed to concrete. I'm suggesting we just leave them as concrete and not open Pandora's box and try to be any more authentic. We're going to be happy with the authenticity that we get going this far, and I think the State Preservation Office will, and I think we'll be able to get some grants out of the State Preservation Office, and I also think that the County Preservation Officer will be pleased with this approach as well. What are your thoughts?
I think as long as we're doing it, we should try to go back to the original because the look of concrete is so different. But
It is something that that we can consider.
then the other thing, I was just curious about the lighting and the fixtures. Are you going to attempt to find actual things that are original lighting, original to the era, or lighting that mimics or imitates the type of lighting that we had before?
We've got a challenge there on trying to find lighting that is period appropriate.
Yeah.
I think on the outside we'll be able to do that without terribly much trouble. On the inside, I'm not so sure. I'm really not so sure exactly how and what to find, because I think this is going to be a bit of a research product on the inside. We don't want it to be lighting that maintenance has to change every 2 weeks because we leave it on a lot. And yet we don't want it to look like this either. We've got to find the right piece, the right light system for lighting the main. We'll call it commission chamber again, and because hopefully that's what happens here going forward. The main meeting space, and you'll have to give me some time to find the right lights for that.
Because I know I've read.
But we've done it before.
I've been told that the lighting that was originally all hand forged, and it would be wonderful if we.
If I could see a picture of it.
I know. I'm searching.
And we've got a bunch of good historic photographs. I didn't put them in here because we're trying to keep this short. But none of them revealed a light fixture.
Yeah. Okay. And let's see. Oh, and just then one other thing, just when I was walking in, the kitchen was, where the kitchen is, that was originally the porch? rather
That was
than-
originally porch,
Yeah.
as was the office area on the opposite
Yeah, I
side.
know that. Okay.
Yeah.
So, in certain ways, it would be nice to still have a kitchen in there, but I think that.
You know, and we can, I am sure that for a multiplicity of uses, there's going to be a need for maybe a sink and, you know, to serve coffee for some event on a Saturday. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons. We can build a cabinet on the inside that maybe puts a sink in it and has some storage below it and doesn't really encroach on the architectural integrity of the space and accomplish the same conveniences as a kitchen.
Okay, and then just one thing, if you could reiterate what you said about the chimney,
I was getting too detailed.
Well, no, I just wanted.
But you know, we look at this today and we say, well, the chimney is not reinforced. And so how could you reinforce an existing chimney? And my structural engineer came up with an inventive way of doing that in his report. He wrote about it using route out portions of the chimney and then put fiberglass reinforcing in there and then pack that fiberglass reinforcement with grout and what I propose here is that we actually put stone over it so that it matches those original photographs by cladding it with stone. I just don't, you know, at the end of the day, I'm not so sure that all of that labor to route in this additional reinforcing and of this with fiberglass, I'm not so sure it really benefits us. I don't see the chimney as being unstable, so I'm saying to myself, it's stayed up for the last 81 years, it'll stay up for the next.
All right. But do you have any idea, sort of ballpark number of how much would it would cost to do that? Or at some point, could you give us an idea?
Is it, you know, is it a $4,500 item for somebody, or, you know, a $6,500 item? It's probably in that range. It's not a big ticket. We'd have to draw it first. You know, what I'm giving you is you know, a lot of conceptual here, because while we drew a lot, we don't have every detail structurally of how we're going to enhance this and strap this and et cetera, et cetera. So,
No, I was just
so we'll get further into that. We can evaluate it, you know, and then decide whether it makes sense or not.
Yeah. No, I was thinking about that because there are some other grants that I hope that we'll apply for that could enhance the project, and if there was something that, you know, cost only $4,000 to $10,000, we might be able to get grant money for that.
The villagers love to give out good grants
Yeah.
also. Don't forget my good friends over there. They're nice people.
Well, they're on the list.
Yeah, okay.
Anything else?
No.
Other comments?
Well, given the sort of bottom line here and adding a little more for contingency, we're talking about 5 1/4. Still not knowing what else could be out there when we go underneath and figure out if there's wood to be replaced or what kind of systems need to be put in there so that there is proper ventilation. It seems to me that this is something that we're going to have to phase in and not undertake all at one time. So is there a way to sort of chomp this into phases?
It's actually rather difficult. And the manager mentioned that to me. And normally I would say, sure, right? The degree of difficulty factor here is once you take the additions off, you have to fill in around them again. If you don't take the additions off, what's the single most important thing that we would be doing? Well, it'd be the roof. So if we got a grant to focus on the roof and the enhancement of the roof and the strapping of the roof, that would be a kind of a good grant from the perspective of the state historic preservation grants, because that's critical. That's critical work. They aim to target things that are critical over things that are more cosmetic and less important. But if I don't take the additions off, then I can't do the roof correctly, because that whole section of the roof over top of the office area needs to come off. There's a lot of intertwining of everything here that just makes it a lot more difficult. In addition, you know, administratively it's going to take a lot longer, and the overall cost does not stay the same. If we were to break this into two, phases, or even 3, the administrative cost that goes along with it, the incremental cost, the contractor's out there for 6 months, or and then 2 years later he comes back and he's out there for another 6 months, and so we're paying for that sort of that additional general conditions, additional administrative costs, additional architect's time. And all of that, it's not nearly as efficient as if you get out there and you do it all at once and boom.
Rather than phasing, is there sort of a step down? Not, to still accomplish restoring the log cabin, but sort of have another option, and maybe a step down in the way of restoration that would save us I wouldn't ask for it if it saved us $40,000, but if it was a significant savings, then it might be nice to look at an option like that.
I'm hesitating. I've really been thinking about how to phase this for quite a while, and it is just a very tough one to phase. If I had to do it and to try to spend less, I think it's important to get the additions taken off. I think they're bad additions. I don't think they're structurally good. The way the timber goes together, it's all faked. It's painfully obvious. So I think that's important, and the roof is important. At that point, if we do those two things, keep the air conditioning. That unit's not that old. Does it meet the code? No, but you know what? Maybe we say so what for a little bit here. It's not the end of the world. I think the things that I would tackle is the exterior to the extent that we remove the additions and the roof, and see what else we can save money on and not do. We have to do the chinking on the outside. That's important. We have to do chinking on the inside. So there are certain things we can't cut corners on, but there may be some things that we can say, do we really need to play around with the bathrooms and change the fixtures in there right now? Probably not. In the scheme of urgency or importance, that falls way down the list. So
but unfortunately, those things, like maybe the bathroom fixtures or the AC, is not really that significant to begin with in the scheme of, in the overall budget.
Yeah, the biggest budget item, has got to be on the carpentry side and on the roofing side, and also a little on the electrical side.
So I'm just trying to absorb and figure out how we can stretch what we have and then plan for future enhancements. And it sounds like we should concentrate on the exterior, definitely take away
the exterior and the roof, yes.
Make sure that the exterior walls and the interior walls are sealed, chinked.
Absolutely.
And the roof, peel it back, fasten it right, put the new roof on.
Maybe we leave the windows for now. I mean, it's not the biggest line item on the page, I know, but we got to cut somewhere, and it does all add. I mean, at the end of the day, it does all add up. See, so okay, we leave the windows for now, the aluminum windows.
The underground, investigating the underneath there, that.
I've got to take something apart to do that, and now is not the time to take it apart. We need to find out why did it really sag? What is it really supported by? We need a contractor and some shovels and some crowbars, and then we got to be able to put it back neatly. So, when we physically start that portion of the work, and when we physically start the architectural and engineering work associated with this, the next step, construction documents associated with it, that's when we'll have to do that investigation.
Okay. So the way this
that's why the word contingency is in the bottom of the page.
Right.
In the case of the Merrick House in Coral Gables, you'd be shocked at how rotted that floor was. When we finally literally stood there in the trench, that it was absolutely shot.
The way the costs are broken down in Section 7, it doesn't really give me a good idea of what those components would be. The partial demolition, the shoring up of the walls, and the roof. I can't tell from the way this is broken down what that
This is broken down into what we call CSI 16 division format. It's kind of a standard estimating approach. That labels things more blindly from general conditions to, I mean, some of the line items there are clear to understand, stone facing on the chimney, okay, yeah. But other things are a combination of a bunch of other items. And part of that also is that at this stage, we don't have an absolutely detailed set of, we got a lot of drawing, a lot more than I ever thought I was doing for this when I started it, but it was fun to do anyway. You know, we don't have every detail, we don't have every strap, we can't count the number of straps. In a final estimate, we'll count the number of straps, and we'll know it's this kind of strap, and, you know, and this is what it cost.
Okay.
But at this stage, you know, the only thing we can do is get in a budget estimate and be within 10%, and we should, and with that we feel pretty good. Now, yes, I will help you guys obviously try to rescope a job that has less scope than is on this page that may get us to a phase 1. But I think we all know now at least what that phase 1 would probably include.
Right.
Roofing, demolition, chinking, and we have to try to hold it tight so that the budget doesn't get away from us, but we accomplish something worthwhile.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments?
More than enough money has been made available to us to do this, and we have a year to spend it, otherwise it goes away. So it seems to me we ought to just make sure the light is plenty green so Mr. Eisenbottle can get this task done. We also have a building to erect at the same time.
No, I understood, but my concern is that we have, that's exactly the point. We have to build another building in addition to restoring this, so we just need to make sure that there's money left over to do that.
Are you aware of what we have to build?
Yes, I haven't gotten into detail of programmatically of programming that building, but you know that was advertised simultaneous to my advertisement. It was all part and parcel of the same thing. But
can we build that other building for roughly $500,000?
How? Yeah.
What size?
It's a very. That's right. Thank you.
Well, that's
for helping
why
me out
I
here.
asked if we
In all seriousness, we haven't. You may have, but Mr. Hasenball hasn't programmed that building to understand what's going in it. Do I have a general idea of what some of the city's needs are? You bet. You know, I mean, I see the staff that are in here, I see the police department, but where's it going to go? Where do we really want it to go now? I know we had other ideas before that were a little more flamboyant, perhaps. But we need to program each one of those spaces, come up with how many square feet we really need. Do a concept design that may not be much more difficult than the kind of drawing you see there, and understand what that means dollar-wise. I think that's probably a next step. It's a small building, but is it 3,000 square feet, or is it 5,000 square feet? You know, and then we can put that to a test of cost per square foot. At the very least, we can begin to estimate that in the same way.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, it's just like what was brought up. We have to build a building before we can start with the rehabilitation of the log cabin.
That's right. We can't
So, I mean, that,
put staff on the street.
correct. So what we're looking at is to be able to, we got to have that building. Obviously, we're going to do it as inexpensively as we can, as long as it stays with code. And whatever is left over from that, that's the only money we have for doing the rehabilitation. Whatever those numbers are, I have no idea.
Square feet, that's what you could build with a parking lot.
For how much?
500.
I don't know
All right, well,
I don't know what management is
We
looking
gotta
at.
be careful with throwing out numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, the danger of throwing out numbers is that everybody locks into them, and then but nobody's done the scientific homework or the hard engineering homework. It's close. You're not all that far off. But nonetheless, is it 3,000 that we need, or do we need 4,000? And I mean, what I really suggest is that we enter into a programming exercise where we meet with staff, we meet with everybody that is going into this building, the manager obviously, and any of you that want to join, but, and understand what the needs are. Is the police department guarded this building? I'm assuming they still are. So let's meet with them and list out what their needs are and kind of conceptualize that and put it on paper, and so we know it's 1,500 square feet or whatever it is. The building department needs thus. The clerk needs thus.
And I think the manager's in the middle of doing that right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
I just have a comment. I appreciate where you're coming from about, being cautious about money, but I think we don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul and give more importance to one building as opposed to another. And I think that, as you mentioned, Mr. Heisenbottle, that we're at a prime this is virtually the only time that we really can get money because we have money for matching grants. And I was going to ask you that on another point, because the village manager and I have discussed it, like a set project that we would know, like doing the porch, how much that would cost, so that we could go to the villagers and give them a proposal that suits the amount of, I think they give up to $20,000 to $30,000. Proposal.
You're more inclined to get 11.
Oh, okay,
10 or 11.
well, whatever. And also, Miami-Dade Cultural Affairs has a grant specifically geared towards restoring a building to ADA things that might cover doing the bathrooms. And if we do have some state historical grants to apply for, we might be able to get the money for to do the job just as you have recommended. So, with money left over for the annex building.
Okay. Mr. Heisenbottle,
Thank you all very much. My pleasure. Nice to see you all again.
All right, let's, any additions, deletions, or withdrawals?
Yeah.
Anyone on the commission?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, what I'd like to do is to go ahead and to delete 11C, because the manager's going to be doing a report on that. And I'd like to have the manager's report moved up on the agenda so we still have an audience, because I think the annexation is important for people to hear. Maybe we could put it right around item number 7, where it's information and updates.
Okay, I want to take a couple other items that there's some folks here for, and then we can put it as soon thereafter.
Okay.
That's okay?
That's fine. The other one is 11B. I'd like to see us move that into the consent agenda. That has to do with the approval of people added to the boards.
Can we add that to the consent, or we just simply vote for it? 11B is appointment of...
Just as one appointment, you can put it
Yeah,
on
I
consent.
had the
It can be
same
pulled
thought,
if someone
Dave.
wants to.
Can I get Caesar? Can I get Caesar?
All right, so we'll move 11B to the consent. That's it. Anything else?
Just those two.
Okay.
I'd like to pull 8C.
Pull 8C from the
Yes,
consent?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to pull that for discussion as well.
Okay, so 8C is pulled for discussion. Anything else?
Oh, we pull, at this
We're not
point,
really
we're
there
going to be
yet.
pulling consents.
Yeah, we're not really doing consent, but that's fine.
You're moving 11B to consent?
Yes. Okay, anything else? Okay. All right, let's go to public comment.
That's the one I was going to pull.
Maybe we all think alike. Thank you.
Carl, can you hold on one second? I don't know if that microphone is working right now. I'm not sure if, I'm not sure if the microphones are working. Okay. Okay.
Carl Bickle, 12045 Griffin Boulevard. I'm here to thank the commission wholeheartedly for a little tiny footnote I saw in Judge Sable's order on Loretta versus Rubin. And thank you for joining Miami Beach and Orlando in opposing the discriminatory ban on gay marriage. My legally married husband and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Milton Hunter, 646 Northeast 114th Street. I wanted to address a couple points I didn't hear mentioned regarding the building restoration. And this is something that I've talked to previous commissions and managers on and has yet not, well, it's fallen on a deaf ear, and I think I understand why. For the residents of 114th Street, it has been more than an inconvenience, but a potential safety issue with the overhead low-hanging lines feeding from the pole, the telephone pole, feeding into the village hall. They have been knocked down repeatedly. I have had to have, as all residents on that street, a lot of shuffling to take delivery from furniture to appliances because the trucks won't clear the low-hanging lines. I believe it could be a safety issue of recycling, having to back down the street backwards to get to the recycling because they can't go around the cul-de-sac, so to speak. And I would think, though obviously the budget has got more than projections that I've heard, this is something that needs to be considered as we're restoring the log cabin. Secondly, something I didn't hear is the condition of the timbers and the fact that we have not maintained those timbers for 20 plus years. Wood has inherent vice. And if you leave it exposed to the sun and the elements, it's going to shrink, it's going to cosmetically fade, and it's going to welcome infestation. And I don't know if there's any plans I didn't see listed to address the exterior timbers both for stability and cosmetics and keep up with that in some fashion. I know that when I first moved in 24 years ago now, that they would every other year stain or apply something to the timbers, and then that is stopped for over 20 years. So I think that needs to be considered as an ongoing maintenance, because if you're going to have a log cabin, you're going to have to understand there's more maintenance to it than a traditional building. Lastly, I'm a little concerned at the attitude, which I spoke of last month, of shortchanging the restoration for the new building. And I don't know what you deem as a priority, but I believe the 81-year structure, which is the hallmark or brand of our village, should be the priority over the annex building as far as reserves and money allocation. Thank you.
I can speak loud enough. My name is Rosemary Weiss. I'm at 116th Street. I found what Milton says. We were given a grant of $1 million to restore the log cabin, build an annex. We've gotten an estimate for the restoration of our log cabin. That money should be set aside. That's the money for the log cabin. Whatever is left, that money should go to building the annex, and not the other way around. Yes, we have to build the annex first, but that's the money that's left over after the money has been put aside for the log cabin, which was the original intent of that grant. And don't nickel and dime it and cheapen it. Do it the proper way. Yes, save money where you can, but don't nickel and dime it to take more money to put into an annex. Build the annex on whatever's left over from that money. But the money that was suggested by the architectural firm is fair as far as I'm concerned. 5.5 is fine, because you never know what you're going to find once you get into it, like he said. So put that money aside, whatever's left, then you do the annex. That's all I got to say. Good night.
Thank you.
Chuck Ross, oh, damn. Hello. Chuck Ross, 1166 Griffin Boulevard. Couple of things. There's some new business about rules at the rec center here that the manager is going to talk about. One thing that I had suggested for some time now, and was that for minors that are here that are not accompanied by an adult, that they provide some type of emergency contact information and wear some bracelets to recognize who they are. And I didn't know if that was is that an issue? Mayor David, can I speak to the attorney for a second?
Sure.
Thank you. Attorney, is that an issue if we do that?
I think you've got you got a public purpose and health safety issue.
So there's no reason why we can't do that? And we could charge a minor fee for keeping those records.
Thinking about it, it'd be appropriate if you had some sort of identification.
Okay. I mean, I always thought that was if somebody gets hurt and we don't know who to contact. There's no adult here, and I've mentioned this over the last several years. So, good. As far as the item you put on consent, Commissioner Anderson, I think you should pull it because on that committee, which would be the RAB board, I think we have a alternate, Ellie Gibson. I don't know if she's not interested?
She never did it in March, so she's not a part of the board since March.
Oh, okay, because I think we should get some female representation on that board. We have all males, and I think you should, possibly discuss that. I don't know if you necessarily want to just appoint the first person that stepped up. So, it's just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else? All right, we'll close the public comment period. Move on to item 7A, sanitation services transition update.
Mayor, later on in the meeting, we will be discussing the purchase of the recycling bins, and I'll give more information at this time. I just wanted to use a small portion of this update section to allow our Waste Pro representative to give an update on their customer service tool, which will be open to all residents. Staff sat down with Waste Pro last week and reviewed this tool. It's a nice user-friendly tool. We're going to continue to take calls if there's any concerns or issues that need to be passed on to Waste Pro, but this also allows residents to independently contact Waste Pro, and they're going to do a quick demonstration, I believe a demonstration of their Track Easy software.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Gerlin Escar with Waste Pro. I'm your local representative. Thank you for allowing us to be here and to give you a little update. Before I introduce Jean Redmond, who's going to be doing the presentation, and she is the owner and creator of this great system that we use and we partner with. I just wanted to let you know that we are in the works of doing the public education campaign. We've started already with one postcard that you probably have received already or will be receiving later this week at home. And it's in 2 languages, in Spanish and in English. And we're also working with the village staff to create another trifold with a lot of information as we get closer. Another thing that we're planning on scheduling in September, early September, is a Meet Your Sanitation team. One evening, maybe we'll do it right before the council meeting, and you'll meet the staff, you'll meet our field supervisor, get to know them by face, talk to them, and also get their cell numbers and just have contact with them so that you get to meet our staff. And with that, let me introduce this young lady, Jean Redmond, and she's with Track Easy, and she'll give you a presentation.
Before you start,
yes.
On the brochure that's being sent out, we do have a sizable Haitian population here.
Yes, the brochure is going to be in 3 languages. This one, because of the size, and we just wanted to be sort of like save the date or here we're coming, we only did it in 2 languages. But absolutely, we're doing it in 3 languages.
The informational brochure that tells you everything you need to do for the transition will be in all 3 languages.
That was that's my main concern.
Yes, the technical one will be in all 3.
Right. Thank you.
The mayor disappeared. I was going to say mayor, vice mayor, commissioners, and village manager. I am Jean Redmond, and I'm here representing Track Ease for Waste Pro. And I'd like to take you through a very quick presentation here. Track Ease is an online tracking system for complaints, compliments, and requests for additional services. It can be used for all departments within a municipality as other than just for solid waste. What you see now is where customer information is submitted. And all of the shaded boxes need something in it. I also give the city or the village, the municipality, links to put on your webpage so that your villagers can go to your webpage and put in their complaints, their compliments, and their requests directly. They don't have to call the village, and they don't have to call the garbage company, your provider. Also, when they go in through the city's webpage, they fill out all the boxes, and they'll put their email in the very bottom, so that when this complaint, compliment, or request is completed and a resolution is put in the box and it is closed out, the system sends your villager an email and tell them it's been done. Next one, please. This is the category page. Since every municipality's service is different according to their contract, then all of the categories are tailored to your specific contract and your specific service level. As you can see, they have boxes. The category is selected, and any additional information can be put in the box below there. And down in the very bottom, you can barely see it, but you can upload pictures if, God forbid, the garbage truck ran over a mailbox and the customer took a picture of it, and they could upload it into the system so you can see immediately what's going on. You can also upload a document, if need be, that needs to go with this particular incident, so you'll have everything all together. It becomes immediately available to both sides, whoever puts it in. If it comes in from the city, it comes in through the city's webpage, or it comes in through Waste Pro. Everyone has it at the same time. You're working off of the exact same database. There's not a database for the city and a database for Waste Pro. You can go on to the next one. This is open incidents. This is where, when the people in Waste Pro come in the morning, the employees, this is the first place that they go. They want to check out the open incidents, what's come in, what's new, what's open, what's been scheduled, that type of thing. The system will also send whoever wants one an email every single time a new incident comes into the system. This is great for outside supervisors. Sometimes they can go and take care of exactly what's going on at that particular moment.
And let me just say, it's on real time on their smartphones that they all have in the field, so the supervisor is getting those emails, immediately as they come in.
Also, nothing can be deleted from this system. Once it goes in here, it's cast in stone. You can put additional information into any incident, but you cannot delete anything from that incident. You also go to the next, please. Mapping. You can map one incident, or you can map up to 50 incidents. And if the employees of the garbage company comes in and there's all of a sudden all these missed pickups start coming in, then they can map up to 50 of them at a time. And they can see real quick on either side. The city can see it, the garbage company can see it. We have a driver and a helper problem? Did they miss a whole street? What's happened here? The system is totally transparent, which is very good for everyone. The next slide is called Search for Incidents. With this, you can search for anything that you would like, any way you would like. You can search by their name, the address, the type of category, whatever it is. Or you can do a date range and pull up everything, compliments, complaints, and requests, everything that came into the system for that month. It gives you a detailed report on absolutely everything. You can sit there and read everything that's come into the system. And that way, if anyone comes up to you, and I know they don't always come up and say positive things to the commissioners or the mayor, and you can tell them exactly what's going on. All right, this will bring us to the summary of incidents. You may select complaints, compliments, or requests, or you may select all three at the same time. And what this is going to do is it'll give you a summary for whatever date range that you would like. You can select by the day. It'll give you a month's worth of days. You can select a week. It'll give you a month's worth of weeks. You can select by the month. It'll give you a year's worth of months. And if you select by the year, it's going to give you 5 years worth of years. So you will be able to see how well you are doing. And a case in point is whatever your residents' house count is here, then you take that and you multiply it by the number of touches that the solid waste provider does every week. And if they have 2 times a week garbage, 1 time a week recycling, 1 time a week yard waste, then it's 4 times, say, we'll say 1,000. Just round it out, and I don't have to think too hard to do the math. So you've got 4,000 touches. And then you take that times 52. I'm not going to do that. It's not working. So you have quite a few opportunities to make a mistake, have a missed pickup, and that type of thing. So then you can go back and see what the percentage is of errors to the service level itself, which usually comes out pretty good. Once again, this is a very detailed report by category. You can also download this information from TrackEase into an Excel spreadsheet. Everyone wants to do whatever it is they want to do with their information, so I give them the ability to do this, and they can massage it, put it in reports however they would like. This is also tell you on requests, and I see on your agenda item something about approving the purchase of carts from a particular company. With this, you can see what carts you've put out, how many of you've had to replace, or how many had to be repaired. The same with recycling bins, that type of thing. I had one county that told me that they ordered 500 recycling bins and they had no earthly idea where any of them went. And they put in the tracking system and then they knew. Normally the carts, they'll get 1, possibly 2 that the city or the solid waste provider will give them, and then on the 3rd request for another cart, they have to pay for it. These carts are expensive. Same thing with the recycling bin. You get 2 recycling bins. If you want more than that, then you have to pay for it. And they can pull you up in the system and they can see real quick, which you will be able to do the same thing, how many carts were delivered to this particular address, how many recycling bins. So you'll be able to stay on that. You can go back to the summary reports and you can pull them up. How many carts did we have to replace over a year's time? So how many do I need to, an estimate on how many I need to order for next year because we're almost out, or recycling bins. So it gives you a world of information at your fingertips. And when I'm teaching the class on people how to use this, the main thing I try to make them understand is don't overthink it. You can get lost and found in this system in about 3 seconds. There's no way you can delete anything, so you're not going to mess anything up. And don't be afraid of it. It's a very straightforward, in-your-face system. It helps to organize both sides. and it's transparent. And it's been a tremendous asset to both municipalities and to garbage companies. And if you have additional departments that you have privatized your services in, then you can put other contractors on there also. If there's any questions, I'll answer them at this time.
I do have a question. Going back on languages.
On language?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Because since we have people, Spanish-speaking people here and Creole-speaking people here, is there a way that they will be able to use that? Is that only in English, or do you have it for other languages?
What I have found is that most people, they can figure out that it's the name, address, phone number, that sort of thing. But then on the categories, we can put the categories any way you want. In other words, if you want them in English and in Spanish, we can do this. Whatever you would like and whatever is going to be the most effective to service this contract.
Because, I mean, the way I look at it, I would rather have all of our citizens to be able to use it,
right,
instead of blocking a group of citizens that we have no idea then, are they having a problem or not having a problem?
Right. No, we can do that. And I set this up because we owned a garbage company many years ago. And I knew that every single municipality's contract was different. Their service level was different, and the types of services that were provided under this contract. So that when I set the system up, then it was set up so you could plug these things in and not have to make a program change for every single different municipality. Whatever you need, whatever's going to work best for you is what we do.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Nothing? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have one for Gerlin.
What, for Erwin?
For Gerlin.
Oh, for Gerlin?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah. This is looks like a wonderful system that you've put together. I wanted to say that. I admire such systems, but I wonder, this will not preclude someone someone being able to just contact a representative of Waste Pro?
No, absolutely not. We still have our customer service department in our offices, and everybody in all our literature has our telephone number, and everybody's can call. The only thing is our customer service also uses this.
Mm-hmm.
So every information still goes into the system.
Yeah, that's fine, but I know I would never have the patience to enter all that stuff.
That's fine.
And I'd rather just be able to contact somebody. So as long as that option is still available.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We have real people.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Then I'm surprised, I just wanted to question this, and I can't remember any details of the contract, but with the recycle bins, if they break within a year, as it could be suggested, it would seem to me that that would be the problem of Waste Pro, because they'd be damaged by the truck and the machine emptying the recycle bins.
Well, because they're brand new, there's a warranty on them, so we work very closely with the company, and we replace them, and yes, they're always replaced. It all depends on, the wear and tear, but usually brand new, and I believe you're buying brand new carts, they will be under warranty.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Okay, all set. Thank you so much,
You're
Gerlin.
welcome.
All right, Erwin, I'm going to give a quick, very quick.
Good evening. We're going to review the financials for the general fund for the 9 months into June 30th, 2014. We are now 3/4 into the year, or 75% into the year. So when we look at, you all look at the summary sheet that you have, and look at we're going to start at expenditures at the bottom, you'll see that all of the various departments are well within the 75%, and with the exception of the police department, which is at 81%. The major reason for the overage on the police department is that We were hit with a workers' comp bill for the year ended September 30th, 2013, in the amount of $30,960.
I'm sorry, Erwin, just to clarify, it was liability insurance and not work.
I'm sorry, liability insurance. And the reason for that is it was that the part-time officers, the officers that have to donate their time at 1 hour per year to keep going, we didn't include them in our calculation. But for insurance purposes, they're considered as part-time employees. And as a result of that, we were hit with that $39,000 assessment for that final quarter of 2013, which is being paid this year. Therefore, the expense is going to be in the current year. That is the reason for that overage. When we give them an estimate, what we do now for next year, that has already been taken into account for the budget year that we're going into. They were considered as part-time officers, so when Maria prepared the calculation to go into FMIT, that has already been taken into account for next year, into the number for next year. So before I go on to the next thing, is there any questions on that insurance item?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
I would. Yeah, probably it's for the village manager more. What do you know? Was this something new? The definition of the reserve officers as part-time employees. Did the insurance company realize this and then say, "Oh, we can hit you for more money," or is it a new policy?
I think the converse of that is we didn't realize that the volunteer officers were considered as part-time employees. We weren't hit with that before, but even though, Maria, I believe in prior years we always filled it in the same way for the last couple of years. But I'll let Maria talk on that.
The definition that created the problem is with arrest powers and without arrest powers. They have a line in there called volunteers, which our officers could be called volunteers, but there was another section called part-time with arrest powers. So that's the part they should have been counted in.
Okay, so then in the past, they weren't covered under our liability insurance, and it's only now that they are?
I couldn't tell you from the past, because
Okay.
we always have to provide those numbers ahead of time for the next year, so I couldn't tell you how it was done before. But during the audit, they saw that, hey, these reserve officers who have arrest powers should have been under the liability.
Mayor, just briefly, it has happened in other cities, similar situations, and as long as it's a good faith mistake, they will back charge you for that year that if they're going to cover you and moving forward. That's what they usually do.
Okay, so this is something now we have to take into account every year for our budget.
Correct.
It's going
Right.
up about 30,000.
Right, so that was the only item that we're really over budget, for where we are in the year. On the revenue side, if you take a look at the operating grants and contributions, we're at 279% of the original budget, and that's because the forestry grant for $4,500 and the cultural council grant for $2,014 were not included in the original budget. That is the reason for that overage on the revenue side. But having an overage on the revenue side is a good thing, not a bad thing, because we're getting more money in than we had originally anticipated. So that overall, we're in good shape. The general government is a little bit lower than it should be at 49%, and that's because some bills that we've been waiting for have not come in yet, especially the legal bills. I just talked to John about it. They're a couple of months behind on the legal bills, so when those come in, that will catch up at that point in time once we get those couple of months' billings that are not in. But the good thing is that we're not over the 75% for the 9 months of the year. One other thing that was brought up by Commissioner Ross was on the overage that we were just talking about for the police department. We're about 7% over, and that's because of 4 main items, which we just talked about, which is the liability insurance. We had a vest grant for $11,000, but it's an offset because we got revenue on one side with the expenditure on the other side, but we still have to budget for the expenditure. And the 2 other line items are for gasoline, which is about $8,000, and for the repairs on the cars, which is about $15,000 over the original budget. And I did prepare a report for Commissioner Ross today, which lists out by car what the expenditures were for each one of those vehicles, and I'm sure we can share it with you, or she can share it with you, if you desire to see that information.
It was provided to the entire
Correct.
commission
Right.
today.
It was distributed to the commission.
Okay.
I did note that in the itemization of the repairs, it wasn't just like mechanical repairs, but it looked like there was some body repairs, and I wondered if there was insurance involved in that that's we're not seeing on the revenue side.
Absolutely. If you look at the miscellaneous income on the other side, remember, I think we talked about it in the prior meetings, the insurance recoup of whatever those accidents were is shown as other revenue on the other side. That is correct.
And the issue with that, and we can of course talk about that during budget time, is there's no rhyme or reason when that insurance income comes back to us, so it doesn't always line up in our budget for each fiscal year. We might receive a check once a case is settled next year for something that happened 2 years ago.
Right, there's a timing issue.
Right, and unfortunately, we don't net it against the expense. You're not allowed to net it against the original expense. You have to show it as other income on the revenue side. So they don't, even though they may net out, you still have to budget for the expenditure. But that's where we are into the 9 months into the year.
Okay, thank you, Rory. Any other comments, questions? Okay, so the consent agenda, we're going to add 11B, we're going to pull 11C. Is there a motion to approve?
Well, we're pulling 8.
We're pulling 8C and we're adding 11B.
Correct. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay,
I'll second that.
motion by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Ross. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so let's take 11C. Commissioner Anderson?
11C?
I'm sorry, 8C.
8C, I believe Commissioner...
Who pulled 8C?
Commissioner
Barbara?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think Commissioner Anderson, for the record, was planning to pull it as well. I have to say that just having read the recent things about the FEC, the All Aboard Florida, I really have my doubts about the project, and I don't feel comfortable passing a resolution regarding it.
What are those doubts?
I don't know if you saw Carl Hyacinth's article in the Miami Herald on July 19th, and it was on this very topic, and it turns out that, and I did wonder about the logic of this, and I think All Aboard Florida has not even shown us their studies about how many people would actually use this, this thing, and I think that there are other ways to have good transportation between Miami and Orlando. I don't think that this is necessary. I think it's going to be a waste of taxpayers' money already. If I believe Carl Hyacinth's article, All Aboard Florida has already applied for $1.6 billion in federal loans, and according to the Scripps Tribune Capital Bureau, the company also wants the state to pay $44 million to connect its lines with Tri-Rail, the daily commuter link. To my mind, this is going to be another one of these situations where we end up paying for the Marlins Stadium. And I think it will be a waste of taxpayers' money, especially because just the cost of these lines. If it were a good system of communications and transportation within the city of Miami-Dade and Broward County, that would be one thing, but it's not. And there are, and yes, it's nice to have train rail travel, but there are really nice luxury buses, 2 stories, where you're served 3-course dinners that can get to Orlando from Miami in basically the same time as these very expensive trains that will cost the taxpayers money, cause lots more noise and pollution and disruption, and we would be sort of going against a host of other cities that have expressed their opinions that they're against the project, such as the Indian River, Stewart, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach. And I just think that if we do want to do something for the taxpayers and make something easier, why a train when it takes the same amount of money? If it were a really fast train and you could get there in 1 hour, I don't know why we can't. Why this is necessary? The train is going to be slow, and why, if I wanted to go to Orlando, maybe to Disney World or something, why would I want to go to the airport? And if you want to go to the airport to catch a flight, well, for the most part, we've got so many airports down here. This is a hub, Miami, Miami International, the Fort Lauderdale Airport. I just think that it's going to end up costing the taxpayers money, and will be of little benefit to us. It's going to be the developers who like to build stations and brand their names and things like that, but it won't do any good for the taxpayers of Florida in the
All
long
right,
run.
so you're not in support of it.
So
Anyone else?
am I able to address a couple of those points Would you
Sure,
allow me
sure.
to? Okay. So the first thing, and Commissioner Watts, I would love to come and brief you and bring you fully up to speed on the project, because I truly believe there is a lot more to know that's factual based than what was actually written in Mr. Hyacinth's piece. So regarding the federal loan that we have applied for, it's called a Railroad Rehabilitation and Infrastructure Financing Program. It's been around since the early 1990s for 18 years, and it's a program that exists for railroads to apply for that are upgrading their infrastructure to provide an economic benefit and increased safety, which is exactly what All Aboard Florida is doing.
All to line the pockets of the people
Oh,
in this private company.
Commissioner Leathers, let her finish.
So it's a loan, just like a house loan. It will be fully collateralized with assets, and the federal government hires what's called an independent financial advisor to actually review our application, which includes our ridership study and our business model, to determine if we can actually pay that loan back. If they deem that we cannot pay the loan back, then just as if you were applying for a house loan, we will not get that loan. I will tell you that our south segment of the project, which is between Miami and West Palm Beach, has been privately financed. So we do have the financing in place to move forward on that segment, and we are beginning construction between Miami and West Palm Beach over the next couple months. So I would love to go into more depth into Mr. Hyacinth's piece and provide any clarification, but I can assure you that we're not requesting any state dollars, and the $44 million, so that has nothing to do with All Aboard Florida, and it has everything to do with commuter rail, which is being studied on the Florida East Coast Railway. So we are developing a station in downtown Miami. We're building that station. For us to build that station, there would be additional infrastructure needed for Tri-Rail, if commuter rail is to come onto the FEC, to actually be located in our station. That's $44 million. So we meet monthly with the Florida Department of Transportation and the South Florida Regional Transportation Authority, both entities which are working together to put commuter rail on the FEC. They asked us to determine if there would be an incremental cost to having Tri-Rail locate at our downtown Miami station, because just think about it, once we built this elevated station, the sheer cost of going back and adding another elevated track would be significant, and it would probably not be something that would be deemed financially responsible to do. So they asked us to determine what would be the cost at the onset of the project when we're under construction to develop that at the same time as ours. So it has...
Stockholders would benefit from this loan.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to come back, but I just want to make for the record that we haven't requested $44 million, and we are applying for a loan that is fully collateralized with assets that's going through a review process.
Okay,
Just
thank
for the
you.
record.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Commissioner Anderson?
I won't beat you up.
It's okay.
Okay, my concern is just what I've already voiced. Residents of Biscayne Park, the noise problem, and that is the county is, like you said, the county is working on that. I just can't support this until I know the county says, yes, we're going to go ahead and do it. The other part is, like you said, the actual noise of the train, not the horns. You said, you know, they're newer design, they don't make very much noise. That doesn't mean anything to me because I've never heard it. And especially where it's going to be every half hour starting at approximately 6 a.m. in the morning, that really concerns me without something for noise abatement. That's why I really can't support that until I can get some answers to those questions.
Okay. Other comments?
I think it's a fantastic project. I think that it's time that we start moving people out of the cars and into other forms of transportation. And the FEC Railway has been there before any of us. So we've tried to partner with FEC. We have mutual aid agreements with them in order to prevent trespassing on the railroad tracks, and we have resolutions where they, you know, we partner in those areas. But my concern is with the quiet zones and with the MPO, and I'd like to just get that confirmation from the county MPO that what we need to put in place for that quiet zone is going to happen. So I want to support the resolution, but I need to get that little bit of research done by staff before I can
Understood.
get my okay.
Commissioner Jonas, anything?
I just got back from the Catskills and eastern Massachusetts and southern New Hampshire. And it's not an uncommon thing to see these walls. Sometimes they're concrete, sometimes they're wood. They have posts, and then every several feet, and then somebody puts some kind of a prefabricated thing between the posts to block noise. And I hope that the time will come that the residents of Biscayne Park will have the wherewithal to want to assess themselves and put up a wall like that for our benefit too.
Okay. I'm in support of the resolution. I think it's a forward-thinking project. I think it's going to provide tremendous economic growth to the area. You know, and I think to rely upon an article in a newspaper and not want to hear the facts or acknowledge, I think is not right. But obviously you have a right to take that position. So I'm in support of supporting the project. I think it's an exciting project for South Florida, and I think it's a positive thing. Is there a motion?
Yeah. Motion and support.
Motion and support. Is there a second? No second?
If I could suggest that we ask staff to get in touch with the MPO in the county, and so that we can understand their perspective of what's going to happen with the quiet zones, and then maybe we could bring it back next month.
I'll completely support that, because
Great.
if I can get an answer to my question, and my biggest concern is the sound of the horn. I grew up down here. I'm a little bit older than you are. I remember the passenger train going into the station on Flagler Street. So, you know, having a system to go back and forth, I think it helps to pull traffic off of the highways, especially going up to Disney area or Orlando area. And I think we need to start working our way towards the way Europeans model is starting to use rail for shorter runs where really it's not practical for using airlines. To me, air travel is for the longer ones, and this is a good step of getting real what should be high-speed rail system in there. This is a fast rail, and it's a good start.
Great. We'll definitely follow up with the information. Commissioner Watts, I look forward to meeting with you and bringing you fully up to speed on the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Remember, just wait at the next meeting. You want the motion to pass denied. You can move to defer until next month if you want, or just bring it.
It died for lack of a second.
Correct.
Okay.
So just, we have consensus to have staff do that research for us?
Yes, and defer
Yeah.
until next meeting.
Definitely. Well, if staff can't get the answer by the next meeting, maybe we just move it a little bit farther. Whatever staff gets the
Okay.
answer.
That's fine. All righty, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. We wanted to move
2014-05, Mr. Hartung and our building officials here for that.
Okay, let's take that, and then we'll move up the manager's report for Commissioner Anderson's request. Okay. Okay?
You forgot about 2014-06.
Mr. Hartung,
Okay.
asked for that to be moved up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, so we're taking ordinance 2014-05, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It's the second reading, Mayor. It's an ordinance of the Village Commission, the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Chapter 10 of the Land Development Code entitled Design and Improvement Standards relative to roofing, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. This is the second reading of the ordinance, public hearing. Mr. Hartung is here, as well as our building official. To speak on the matter, there were some changes made after speaking with the building official on the pitches, and they're here to answer any questions and can open it to the public as well.
Okay, so we'll open it up to the public. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. Comments on the board, commission?
Yeah, on page 3. It's item F, line 16, where it says asphalt shingles, metal, or metal. We'll see the or is crossed through. That's why.
There's a new one.
Okay, I'm going.
No, but the new one also has it.
Okay. May be used in re-roofing or to replace an existing asphalt shingle roof. If an engineer's evaluation is provided to the village certified and the roof is not structurally adequate to utilize, then everything else is crossed off on mine. It says to utilize roofing materials.
No, tiles at the end.
Tiles at the end.
Oh, okay.
It's hard to see.
It's hard to see that.
You're right. You're right. Okay, because it's just a wording. It just.
You got tiles there, it's hard to see.
And then I was just wondering if I could ask our board chair just a question.
Hi, everyone.
I just don't, why are you saying you do not want to have 3-tab shingles?
Well, we've never allowed 3-tab shingles. In the current code, it does not allow 3-tab shingles.
Right.
And the reason being is it really is the most common, cheapest form of shingle roofing. So they come across as very flat, no dimension to the roof.
And those are different from asphalt shingles?
No, it is a form of asphalt shingle. It's just it's the way the shingles are created. They're stacked on top of each other. So if you look at like the Village Hall with the wood shingles, it has like a textured effect to it. That would be a dimensional type of shingle.
So 2-tab shingles, which is basically what the ordinance has been, the roof has some thickness to each, when you're looking at it from the ground, it has some thicknesses to each shingle, is that?
Well, the code has always prohibited 3-tab shingles. And I believe that's the type of width of the shingle, right? It has nothing to do with the dimensional.
The dimension of the height.
Well, that's why I'm confused. Like, like you said, the 3-tab shingles are the inexpensive ones. So standing on the ground looking at them, it looks
like,
thin, but
in a way, like layers of paper on top of each other. There's no really.
But a 3-tab then would give you.
No, that's the 3-tab.
I mean, a 2-tab gives you more thickness. I'm just confused. I don't quite understand.
Well, I've never used the term 2-tab. We've always used the 3-tab, and then we use dimensional shingles. Dimensional.
Would you mind?
Yes, our building official is here, so he can speak to that.
I'm just confused of what's the difference. Because I had one of our residents was complaining to me that it stops him from replacing his roof with the 3-tab, which he claims is superior than the 2-tab, and I have no idea.
No, there's only 3-tab and dimensional, which are also known as architectural. And a 3-tab is virtually flat. On a 3-tab, on a architectural or dimensional, like Gage was saying, it's like stacked. You have a couple of layers, and it's a thicker. It's a better shingle.
So our previous code required that.
They did. They always did. Yeah.
Okay.
It's currently that way.
So it just stops from having the real flat-looking shingles.
Correct.
But none of this does not change that. That's always.
No.
Okay.
It's been, but since this is an ordinance and that was brought up to me.
Okay. Understood.
Even though it's been in our existing ordinance, I couldn't answer that question to that particular individual, as he's claiming that his roof that he has there, he's always having problems with leaks. If he was allowed to have this, a 2-tab, he wasn't going to have those leaks. And I don't know.
Okay. All right, any other comments, questions?
I have a question to the attorney, Mr. Hearn. We have added language that says no variance from any of these provisions shall be granted. Is that sustainable? Will people really be prohibited from applying for a variance for these provisions?
Well, of course, they could apply, but the ordinance is very clear that this is specifically one of those areas where we're not granting variances. So under our law, we're not able to grant that variance.
Okay.
So yes, it's enforceable.
Any other comments? Okay.
So, yeah, so Gage, just to be clear, there is a big change here, and the change is that in the past, if you had a shingle roof, an asphalt shingle roof, you could get a new asphalt shingle roof. But now, if your structure will allow you to have tile, then you can't have asphalt shingle anymore.
Yeah, that is the intent, to
Okay.
bring up the roofs to be uniform, so that we do have tile or metal throughout the village.
Right, I'm just making clear that that was the intention.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
I believe what it has always been, you had to have a tile roof if it would structurally hold it. And if there was a mistake made years ago that somebody put a shingle on there, doesn't mean that they could be putting a shingle back on there. But this, not even this one, going back to the existing one. If their house was designed could hold the weight of a tile, they had to put tile. Even though there might have been a mistake from the original going back years ago, allowing to have a shingle roof.
Yes, I guess, yes.
Okay, anything else? All right, roll call.
Need a motion?
I'm sorry.
I make a motion that we approve ordinance 2014-5.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner Ross, second by Commissioner Anderson. Roll call.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Jonas?
Yep.
And Mayor Coviello?
Yes.
Thank you, Gage.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor, what about the first readings on those other ordinances?
Yeah, we're going to go back to those now. We just wanted to take that item. All right, so we're going to go to 2014-48. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We're going to do, you want to do, Commissioner Anderson, you wanted to do the
Yes.
manager's update first?
Yes.
Okay.
While we still have an audience.
Regarding the log cabin restoration and annex update, I still have yet to receive an agreement from the state of Florida regarding the use of the funds that were allocated to the village through the budget process, the legislative budget process. I'm in constant contact with them. As they've repeated to me, they're still trying to get their arms around all of their projects, and I was supposed to receive something last week, and then the person who was working on the contract was out of the office for personal reasons, and as of today, I still have not received a contract. Our intention is to go forward with a community workshop on Saturday, August 16th at 9:30 a.m. here at the Recreation Center. I believe an email blast went out to all those who are on the email list. In light of the presentation earlier this evening, I was thinking during that presentation, if we could utilize this workshop perhaps as a special commission workshop where the commission and myself would have an opportunity also to talk about the next steps, the project, the big picture of the project, and then at the same time allow the community to interact with all of us at one time. This way it will be done in the sunshine. You would sit as commissioners, I would be as the manager, and we'd have an opportunity to kind of get our hands around the entire project together and then seek input from the community. So if you are all available that morning, I would really appreciate attendance as a sitting body.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. Is everyone available that morning?
That is in the middle of the Florida League annual conference. And from the calendar that I'm looking at, the general session starts at 10:45, so I would like to get to Hollywood by 11. If we start early enough, then it wouldn't be a problem.
That's why we scheduled it for 9:30, hoping it, I mean,
I haven't looked at the agenda yet, but are there
There are
items
other-
all day, correct?
There are items from 7:30 in the morning, but,
So-
I mean, some of it is, here's the count.
I have a commitment for the weekend. I can't make it.
I mean, this is very important. We need to stay on schedule, so I'm okay with, if we start at 9:30, we can at least stay for a couple hours, have it for a couple hours. Commissioner Watts, you can't be there. Commissioner Anderson, are you available?
Yes, I'll be able to be there.
Do you want to move it to 9?
That would be better.
Yeah.
9?
Did the and you're also doing a flyer, correct?
Well, that's a good point. Their bags are stuffed, they're being delivered door to door
And it
tomorrow.
says 9:30?
It does say 9:30.
All right, let's keep it for 9:30. And there's going to be a second.
We will then, the reason why the 16th was picked was it would give us an opportunity to finalize the RFQ, which we would like to present to the commission at the September meeting. This is all keeping us on track and on schedule. So, I mean, that's why that date was picked, to give us enough time to get information out to the community on the meeting, and at the same time give us as much time as possible, and that's not that much time to get it on the September agenda.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand you're not available, but this date actually was fixed prior to this meeting anyway, just turning into a commission workshop rather than a regular workshop.
Correct.
All right.
But we will definitely leave a good portion of the agenda for public input, public open conversation, and make it a good working session.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Anything else on that topic?
Not on that topic.
Okay, so let's go to annexation.
Mayor, do you want to lead into this, or we've been speaking to?
Well, I think we can go back to the beginning. We submitted an application. It was deemed insufficient for one item, and the item was that we needed to get 20% signatures from 20% of the registered electors in the area that we're seeking to annex. And our planning consultant did not do that and did not include that in the submission. So the application is on hold based on that deficiency. So the goal now is to obviously satisfy that requirement, but to do so, our feeling is that we need help in doing that. You know, it's not an easy thing to get 20% of those voters to support an annexation application. So we need to get someone on board to assist with that. And ultimately, we're going to need assistance going through the whole process, not so much the planning side of it, but from a lobbying side, we're going to need somebody on board to assist with that. Because we do have the issue of having North Miami seeking some of the same property, and we also have the hurdle of, again, convincing the property owners, or the electors within the district to support the application. So we really do need a lobbying firm to assist with this, and obviously lobbying firms are not inexpensive, but as we saw with the, with the $1 million funding from the state, unfortunately, I think we need to spend money to accomplish this. So I think the goal here, and we can discuss it later on the agenda, but I think we need to retain a lobbying firm right away so that we can get ahead of the game. And as I said, North Miami is seeking the same property, and those applications are eventually going to start moving, and we don't want to be behind the 8 ball. Anything to add?
The 20% issue is a big issue that we're going to need to tackle.
Yeah.
I think we need to be very strategic in going forward with that.
Would you have heard anything, even if it's scuttlebutt, was North Miami able to get the 20% for its signatures on its application?
They did not have a residential component.
Correct.
If we're talking about specific to this area, there's no residential component
The
to
only,
their
the
application.
only overlap is the commercial.
Okay.
Yeah. Commissioner Ross.
I don't recall how many electors were, in our report somewhere there was a count of the electors.
283.
Yeah, it's close to 300.
283, say call it 300, and we need 20% of that.
Correct.
So we need 60 people to sign on.
Yeah, and you need to, be sure that you have the fudge factor in there. If the county cannot read signatures, they don't match up. So.
Right. So the person that you're proposing to hire for a lobby to sort of advocate for us at the county would also be the person that advocates here at the local level in order to achieve that,
Correct.
those
They'll
signatures.
they'll take, step one will be to get us past that hurdle and obtain the 20%. They'll organize community meetings, they'll get us past that hurdle, hopefully. And then if we don't succeed with that, then obviously we won't pay them any additional money. But the idea is for them to carry us through the entire process.
Do we have a quote from someone?
I just received a quote today, and I received it on the way here. I haven't looked at it yet. And so, did you have a chance to review it?
I can bring it up on my iPad during the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's from a very reputable lobbying firm.
I believe you forwarded it to me?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question. How did this application go through without that required number of signatures? What, did our developer just drop the ball on it? Or
Our planning
Alex
consultant, Bell David,
Yeah, Bill David?
submitted the application, compiled the application, and this particular item was not included.
Did they give an explanation?
I've
I think
received,
that's a real problem.
and we're looking at that. We're looking at what our recourse is on that issue from a financial standpoint. The two explanations that I received were that, well, it was a rush job. I'm quoting, that's not my response. And the other was, well, usually you don't have to do that until the end of the process.
But if it was
And
stated
again, a
as
quote.
required in the application, I think that's really a problem. And I think we've had difficulties with Bill David before. And I think that during the budget season, we should start thinking about hiring another firm.
We've been preparing an RFQ for planning services, just with a lot of the other issues going on. It hasn't been completed or put out yet, but it's something that's drafted.
Okay, thank you.
Without trying to trash anyone, I know I've read through the code myself, the county code for the process, and there are some ambiguities in there, so.
Correct.
Yeah, but
It could
they, at least to me, they presented themselves to be an expert on annexation, handling many applications, so to me it was disappointing, but Commissioner Jonas, any comments?
No.
I
Yes.
know, going back about a year ago, our previous manager was voicing concern with them. In fact, she was looking to draft some RFQs as far as all of the companies that we use, as far as, like traffic consultant and this, to see who else is available, who else would be interested.
Yes, and that
Okay.
was completed, but some
Yeah,
of
and
the
I-
firms that replied, I think, are out of our league. It was some of the bigger engineering firms that have a planning component to them.
So I think we need to have a discussion, not tonight, about the planning consultant, if we need one going forward for other matters, but the important issue now is the hiring a lobbyist for this particular matter. So I haven't had a chance to look at the proposal. We could put it on for the next agenda. I just don't want to waste a lot of time. But perhaps we can do that and then have a discussion once we have the
Is this something that
proposal.
we have to get multiple bids on, or is this something that we don't?
Well, we have a process to waive, but I think the best way to start is through this RFQ process, unless we know who we want and we have a need, and it's a professional service, so we do have the ability to waive under our procurement code.
The mayor's, I think, talking specifically about a PR lobbying firm as opposed to a planning firm.
Oh, excuse me, for the PR lobbying,
Right.
absolutely, you can just simply, it is a unique service.
Mhm.
It's not about the money, so you would simply find that public purpose under our purchasing
Dave?
code to waive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have a comment. I have no special affection for the service we've gotten from our current planner. However, there was a time not very long ago that we wouldn't have needed any signatures because there were no registered electors living there. And since we did not take advantage of that opportunity, we now have to scramble. We find ourselves blaming the planner for the mistake they made, and it's going to cost us more because now we have to hire a lobbyist simply because we couldn't get our act together and strike when the iron really was hot.
Right, but the situation is what it is.
I'm just giving you the comment you asked for.
Thank you.
Is that the one?
I'd like us to have the proposal before us and, you know,
I agree.
really discuss it and move forward with it, because the more we stall, we put ourselves in a worse position.
I agree. All right, so let's bring it back. It has to be the September meeting.
Is this something, because we're having this special workshop slash special meeting, can it be brought back at the 16th? If we call it a special commission
Agendize it
meeting?
and put it on a special meeting, yes.
Yeah.
Well, since we're all going to gather as a meeting, we can add that.
There's also the opportunity, what about for the budget workshops?
As long as we have a special meeting before or after that budget workshop, we can do it then as
That'd
well.
be better. That would be
That's
better.
fine. I'm just trying to go
I
ahead.
would prefer that we do it when we have the budget workshop, and we could just have a brief meeting to discuss this one item.
Okay, and what
Well,
is it? What is the date of?
The first budget workshop's the 13th, and the second one is the 20th.
Okay, perfect. So let's put it on for the 13th.
Because I was just bringing this up, so we're not waiting to
We'll
the
make it a
next
special
September's meeting.
Before,
Yes.
not at a workshop, do a special meeting.
Right, but on August 13th.
Yeah, the workshop was called for 6:30. We'll do a special meeting at 6:30 and have the workshop
Immediately following.
immediately following the special meeting. You got it?
Yeah, because we don't want to
But
wait
the
till
budget workshop was
September.
already.
Exactly.
Okay, so that, it's advertised, it's noticed for 6:30?
Sure, but if you do a special meeting and it's a 10, 15-minute delay, that's not it's still,
Okay.
you can always be a few minutes late for your meeting.
Point.
Okay.
It's the opposite of a plane.
I have a question related to your manager's report, if we could.
Absolutely.
You were
Oh.
done? I just noticed in the minutes of the Park and Parkways Advisory Board, when they were meeting and talking about the CDBG $50,000 grant from the county, and it looks like they're making a motion or to advise or suggest that we should hire a unanimously approved the motion that the village should engage an appropriate professional to design and then subsequently install the signage and the landscaping. And I'm not sure that the CDBG grant would cover the design
Correct.
aspect of it. So
We shared that information with the board that night, where we still have, it's going through the county process. It passed through the HSS committee of the county commission, and I think it's been on the county commission agenda. It's going to the county commission. It's part of hundreds of projects, and the director of the department also just left, so we've lost our contact there. But yes, we don't know exactly what the CBDG money can be spent on.
Okay.
And that was shared with the board.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to first reading ordinance 2014-06.
This is an ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, relating to the provision of solid waste management fee assessments in the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving the schedule for solid waste collection against assessed property located within the Village of Biscayne Park for the fiscal year beginning on October 1st, 2014, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for effective date. Request to hold a public hearing, approve, and set second reading.
Mayor, if you'll recall, on May 21st, 2014, Resolution 2014-41 was passed, establishing the annual waste assessment fee for the Village of Biscayne Park at $467 per resident. This ordinance formalizes that resolution. The ordinance has 2 readings. Tonight is its first reading, and we're available for any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment?
Public comment, thank you. Anyone want to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period, open it up to comment.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ross, second by Commissioner Anderson.
I'm sorry.
Roll call, Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Jonas?
Yep.
Vice Mayor Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
No.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
And Mayor Coviello?
Yes. Okay, ordinance 2014-07.
This is an ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Chapter 7 of the Village's Land Development Code entitled Recreation and Open Space, to provide requirements for watercrafts to be registered with the state and to provide other clarifications, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for an effective date. As you know, the Code Compliance Board, the Code Review Board looked at this, and there was an issue with enforcing it because the language was that you needed to have registration as required by state statute. What was happening is individuals were not using their boat for over a year, and therefore they became exempt from having to register their boat. But last year, when these conversations were occurring, the intent of the commission as articulated was to provide this, to allow boats because it's to accommodate and allow the citizens to recreate. It wasn't to replace it as a place to put storage of a boat for 2-3 years without using it. So based on that, we simply clarified that provision, excuse me, and then required that it has to be registered with the state, so we know who the owner is, we know that the boat is active and not being used there instead of a storage facility if it's not going to be used for 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
It's first reading, public hearing, Mayor.
All right, any public comment on this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. Comments?
Well, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2014-07.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Harrison, second by Commissioner Jonas. Comment?
Yeah, I have a comment, and I think maybe it needs a little bit further clarification on that paragraph 7.2.1A1, Roman numeral I, where it says shall be kept, the registration shall be kept current, and a copy of the registration must be provided to the village. I think that someone might come and say, well, I gave you a copy last year or 3 years ago,
Annually.
and it should be, a current copy should be.
Yep, I agree.
So if we
We'll
say
make that
shall be
change.
kept current and a current copy of the registration provided?
Yeah, it was between first and second, so I'll make the change and bring it back. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Yep.
implied? No? That's not implied?
Well, it's easy to clarify.
Okay.
Okay, so what,
We thought it was clear the first time around, and we weren't, so.
There was a lot of input by a lot of people on that last one. We made a camel.
Right. And then when we have the provisions for the recreational vehicle and trailers, I think that subparagraph Roman numeral I should also, we should also require that they have a current registration.
We have in recreational vehicles, I don't have the entire ordinance in front of me, but we have a separate section which I believe where it requires on that registration when I looked at that before. But I can certainly check.
Okay, I just,
It
since,
includes trailers too, am I correct? Commissioner Ross?
right,
but the language should mirror this essentially, right?
I'm saying the boat language should mirror, it should be mirrored in the recreation for that type of vehicle.
I agree. I just remember looking at recreation, it was in a separate section, but if it isn't, we'll put it in there.
Okay, so, go ahead.
Okay, I have a question about consistency, and I may be just misremembering, but with cars, doesn't the ordinance, isn't a regulation that cars, if they're not, they don't have to be registered if the registration is not visible, if the car is covered up by something?
Well, that's more of a privacy and a search issue than what we actually want, because we're trying to show that car, if it's not registered, that it might be abandoned and trying, but there's some case law on that. We're saying here, and cars are obviously allowed on a driveway. Boats, there's plenty of cities that don't allow boats in the city, so we're saying we're gonna allow it. We're gonna allow it because we want it as an amenity for our citizens to recreate, but you're gonna need to show us that you're actively using it and have a registration.
So it wouldn't be,
Yeah.
okay.
And the other issue with that registration is we do not want other cities that don't allow boats to go to their friend's house and park the boat here.
Right. All right, so the motion, you can amend the motion to accommodate Commissioner Ross? Okay. All right,
Yes, sir.
roll call?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Jonas?
Yep.
Vice Mayor Ross?
Yes.
And Mayor Coviello?
Yes. Okay, I think we're on to old business. Is that correct?
Yes,
Chief McKenna.
I'll take it. I got it. At the-
This is on the decals that I proposed. We order to start the branding campaign for the village, the Euro magnets for cars.
And-
And Commissioner Watts raised an issue about whether it was safe to distribute these to residents.
And Chief McKenna reached out to 3 different municipalities. Lighthouse Point has resident decals, as well as Parkland has resident decals. Key Biscayne does not have ones that are specific to residents. I think they're more tourist stickers that are not promoted necessarily by Key Biscayne itself, by the municipality. But the 2 that do promote them reported back that they had no issues with safety of residents, and in fact, residents seem to like having the decals. And Chief McKenna, as he placed in his report, is of the opinion that it does not pose a safety concern for residents to have these. And I think our intention is not necessarily to require them of residents, but instead, it's just something we sell. It's something we could also make available here at the park. So anyone who visits Biscayne Park also has the opportunity to have one of these. It's more of a feel-good fundraiser as opposed to a identifier.
Okay. Are we still selling the license plates?
We sell them, we have them. It's very rare that someone still comes in and
But I
looks
mean,
for 'em.
that's an example, that's been going on for years.
Correct.
That's a license plate that goes on the front of your cars in
Correct.
Biscayne Park.
Yeah, I think this is sort of an upgrade or an update to that.
But we haven't advertised that, because here's
Correct.
how I would have put one on my car. I like
Well, maybe that's what we need to start doing, to go ahead and generate a little bit of a revenue.
Yeah.
Is to start, let the citizens know that these things exist.
Commissioner Ross.
Many modern cars, and my car is 10 years old, and it doesn't accommodate for a license in the front. They don't anymore.
Okay. Anything else? So can we order them?
We can order them. Technically, we've budgeted for this expense in next fiscal year, based on ordering and receiving. We'll see if it's something we're paying for out of this current fiscal year or next fiscal year as we go
Okay.
forward.
And we'll just order a couple hundred just to see if people have interest.
We
Who's doing the
we haven't
design?
decided on a design or anything what the logo would look like.
I thought we had that at the last meeting.
I thought you showed us a couple of examples, but no one decided anything.
Okay.
And I wouldn't choose either one, so I think we have to revisit that, sorry.
Dave, just because you're trendy doesn't mean you get to make all the decisions.
Orange tie.
All right. Do you want to have that discussion now, quickly?
Well, why don't we give staff, between whomever working with staff, to come up with a couple of other examples that we can take a look at?
Okay. Yeah, reach out. The person that proposed that gave us the estimate produces the egret. He does all the printing for that. The purpose of the Euro sticker is to have, it's black and white, simple, clean. You're not going to start putting colors or log cabin on it. It's supposed to be a very simple, clean Euro magnet. That's my opinion.
My recollection is that there were just 2 to pick one. One had
Exactly.
the village abbreviated BP, and the other one spelt the village name. It wasn't that complicated.
Right.
I want
These are sort of
door number 3.
standard Euro magnets. But why don't you reach out to him and see if you can come up with a couple ideas? Why don't we leave it up to staff to do? This is not something that's...
But could we reach out to someone else in addition to
Sure.
your friend?
Sure.
I think it should say VBP, so we don't seem to be encouraging people to buy gas.
I think the example was B Park.
Miss B Park.
And part of the appeal is you see one of those stickers and you try to figure out, KB, as everyone knows, is Key Biscayne, but part of it is to figure out where, what it's referring to and where it's from.
I thought KB was a Christmas place over there on Biscayne Boulevard when they sell the trees.
All right. So let's leave it up to staff if that's the consensus. All right.
So your understanding is we're not bringing it back?
Right. Just choose one and order some. And
I don't agree there. I think it should be brought back.
I think whatever staff comes up with, since we meet with staff, they'll know you know, that we like it or don't like it.
Okay? Is that all right with everyone?
It sounds a little like polling. I don't want anyone to get in trouble here.
Yeah,
Either we say staff does it, or,
you're right, 'cause either staff does it or staff doesn't, because you put them in an awkward situation at some point, and
right.
Let's just have staff do it. If you know, you're not forced, this is not an official.
I make a motion that we, you know, we've agreed that the concept is likable for us, and that staff decide on the detail.
Okay.
I'll second that one.
All right. All in favor? Aye.
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 Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. All right, item 10B. Clean Energy Coastal Corridor.
Okay. I provided you a memo about the Clean Energy Coastal Corridor, the update, and I have a correction to the memo, because what occurred was that the Green Corridor, which was the existing district that was set up for Y-Green financing, they already met last Friday, and they've agreed to take all of the cities that belong with the Clean Energy Coastal Corridor into their district. So as of Monday, as of yesterday, they are able to take applications for financing for green energy, green improvements and hardening projects at homes. And we have some literature that was dropped off for us. It also will be available at Village Hall with the contact information and the types of projects that can be used, that the funding can be utilized for. So anyone who is interested in accessing this financing for home improvements, they are free to apply directly to the Clean Energy Green Corridor and Y-Green. And their phone number, just to put it out there, is 305-569-0015. In the interim, there is an appeal pending for our own separate district, and as that works its way through the courts, we'll have more information, but this funding is now available to our residents through the Green Corridor.
Mayor,
Yes.
we are open for business on this issue, and we intend to send something out to the residents within about a week, encouraging them to reach out and giving them Shanice's contact our building permit coordinator.
There are a couple of families that have been challenged with, particularly with roof repairs. I can think of two right off the bat, and that may be something that helps them alleviate that situation. Also, I would like to invite Y-Green to come to our mini chamber marketing that we're going to do. Is that going to be in September?
Most likely October, I think.
October?
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to reach out to them and have them come and have a display, have more information available, and maybe fund some refreshments or something for us.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, new business, item 11A.
10C, Mayor.
I'm sorry, 10C. Florida League of Cities Annual Conference attendance and fees. I just wanted to discuss this. I know Commissioner Ross, you're attending.
Yes.
Commissioner Jonas is not. I'm not sure about Commissioner Watts, and you're not. So there was a pool of funds set aside for this for each of the commissioners to attend. Is that correct?
$125 each towards the
Okay.
registration. The registration is about $450, I believe.
450, 475.
All right. So what I'm requesting is whoever is going to attend, that we pool the money that was set aside for the commissioners to alleviate our costs. Because that's money that was already set aside for this, and if the other commissioners, if you're not attending,
I'm not attending.
would you be amenable to putting that money towards Commissioner Ross and I?
Now, there's, what we need to do is, when we go through our budget cycle, we need to go ahead and have it, make sure that's all clarified on this new budget that we're working on. Because basically, there's money allotted in the budget
Yeah.
for, theoretically, for all the commissioners to go. And what happens is sometimes you go ahead, also too, there's enough money in the budget for the whole commission to attend the monthly meetings for 6 months, basically half of them. So if we get more commissioners attending the monthly meetings, that other money runs out and then we pulled from this. So it's one of those areas that's under the commission's budget, but you need to be able to have extra money in some line item that the other one is still working on. So the concept of pulling the money together isn't a bad idea, but I'd like to make sure we have some money still left over in that, just in case it needs to be pulled into the line item for the regular monthly meetings, just in case we end up with more commissioners start to go later on this budget cycle.
So currently for the monthly meetings, what do we have budgeted?
For the monthly meetings, we have 6 monthly meetings at $40 each times 5 elected officials, which comes out to $1,200. But the entire line item, as budgeted this past year, was $3,475. That included $625, which was the 125 times 5 for the conference, which you're referring to. As of May 31st, $13,015 was spent. I'm sorry, $1,315 was spent. I know that we've paid for $40 for a couple commissioners to attend this week's meeting. I don't recall what happened in the month of June, but as of right now, we're under budget in that line item.
But also, too, we have coming up the best practices, thank you, coming up for the League of Cities.
Right, and to date, we have not paid for any commissioners' registrations. I believe
Registered.
you registered, and I don't recall if we're paying for your registration or not.
I mean, I'm just concerned that, I don't mind putting extra money in there, I'm just concerned that we drain the well dry because of these other things. I will not be going to best practices because I will be completely unavailable to go.
Okay. Commissioner Ross?
I registered for best practices and forwarded my invoice to the finance
Yes.
clerk, so it's probably somewhere in the
Yeah.
hopper. My feeling on this is that we need to be better planners. Last month, we said no to Commissioner Watts, who wanted to access those funds to do some other kind of training, and I think we need to stick with the plan that we set back when we made the budget. I am delighted to know that we have commissioners sitting on the dais now and the mayor who see the value in going to these seminars and getting this training, and so I hope that in the budget process we do make allowances so that newly elected commissioners or even old commissioners can be sponsored to get the training that helps them be better at their job and be more effective in representing the community. But I kind of feel like we have to stick with the plan that we set last budget and be more forethinking in the coming budget and make allowances for the next year. If there are funds left over in this line item, why don't we use them for the Euro signs, the Euro
Okay,
magnets?
that's fine. I understand. I mean, I think it's a little bit different from what Commissioner Watts proposed last time in that this money was specifically budgeted for this item, but I understand.
Yeah. I
Any
got to
other
tell you
comments?
that it is a hardship to go to this annual conference when luckily here it's in Hollywood and we could drive back and forth, but it's $425 for the 3-day session, and then there's a Wednesday session that's free, and the village only pays $125, so that's $300 out of my pocket to go, out of your pocket to go. And I think that we need to facilitate those trainings for all commissioners.
And I concur that this budget that we're going to be working on, we need to look at that.
Okay. All right, item 11A, new business. Commissioner Watts, increased communication to residents.
sort of don't have any backup for this because they haven't been able to find anything that seems to be affordable or a possibility. So I'm hoping that some of my fellow commissioners will be able to maybe brainstorm and come up with some ideas. I talked with the chief about something regarding this, but I don't think we can afford it. Just about a couple of things that have happened in the last month or so, I think have demonstrated a need that we need a better way of getting the word out to various residents about things, whether it be sanitation or the Clean Energy Coastal Corridor program, because people seem not to regularly read the newsletter. We don't have the entire village on email blast. And if we can imagine, like just a couple of weeks ago, something was wrong with the water for one of the water lines burst. And I'm sure all of us sent emails to our little email list. But many other residents didn't know of it because they're not on anyone's email blast. And if there had been a real problem with the water and it was unsafe to drink, boy, I think that would be a tragedy. What if some child who was in a compromised position drank the water and became seriously ill? We have no way of sort of getting the word out. And also on the various issues. Many people, even though it was said, oh, we sent out flyers and things like that, many people didn't know of things that are going on in the village. And I've just like to figure out how we can. I've looked into other cities and other programs, and of course, if you Google this, you'll get all kinds of things for national disasters, but nothing that really suits the needs and abilities, financial abilities of the village. And I just don't know what to suggest. My thought had been that one way of alleviating this would be to revive the sort of idea of block captains that I remember as a child. We had, and this wasn't back in the day, but there was a person who oftentimes some women on the block didn't work, and someone was home most of the time, and each block, or the blocks that had someone home, was designated as a block captain, and there's a little sign in it. So if you were a child, came home, and accidentally you're locked out of your house, your parents weren't there, you could go to the block captain's house. And if we asked for a volunteer situation, if there was someone on each block who was around who could be delegated as the go-to person with an email list, his own personal email list or hers, of those people on the block, people might not be loath to give their emails, as many people don't want to give their emails to us because it could be public record. So if we did have flyers, if one person would say, yeah, I can go around to my neighbors, 10 houses or whatever, that might be a way of facilitating a greater communication to the village. So that was the only things I wanted to think about.
Okay. Any comments on that?
Years ago, that's the way Crime Watch worked. And what happened is, as we got new residents coming in, they didn't want to be involved, and it fell apart. I know where I live, I don't know of anybody that's home during the daytime that would really want to be involved in it.
I think that the manager and I spoke about maybe putting together, we have the email blast, but whatever you sent out by email, maybe have like a receptacle that people can go, similar to those magazine racks that we can have in various places that they can go pick up, a copy of whatever you sent out for those that don't have email. I don't know if that's a possibility. Maybe have one at the log cabin, one at the rec center. Just a thought.
But that wouldn't solve the situation.
My first thought is I wish I would have had some backup, because then I would know what it was we were going to be engaged in, and I could have done some additional research myself. But just off the top of my head, I would suggest that we, rather than start a new system or a new line of communication, why don't we reinforce what we already have, encourage people to use the email, to sign up for the email blast and to sign up for Crime Watch so that they are connected with the things that occur in the community. And that's a great suggestion, to have, a village hall at that stand where we have different information. Whenever we have an email blast, just put a couple of copies of it there for people who come into Village Hall for one reason or another.
Yeah, I think the concern is, at least from my perspective, is the people that do not have computers or do not check email. And so that's why I think having a hard copy where at least they know they can pick up the information.
Yeah.
Well,
But it
the other
wouldn't-
thing that we could do is, as commissioners, you know, when we run for office, we walk the neighborhood and talk to people, and we should be doing the same thing throughout our term.
All right, any other comments? Maybe we can all brainstorm a little bit more now that we know what
Yeah.
what
'cause
you're getting at.
the
And
issue too- yeah.
okay, and so we can bring this back. Okay, 11C we already spoke about. That's the update and annexation. 11D, voter reprecinct. Can I say that word? 11D.
Thank you, Mayor. I provided information about the re-precincting that occurred. Some of you probably did get a letter at home. Some residents here might have gotten a letter at home that your precinct changed. Being a small municipality, when you walk in, there's only 2 tables here. It's either 151 or 177. Some people who might be used to going to 151 are going to go to 177, but I think they'll be taken care of without any delay or anything. But just in case, many people did get new voter registration cards, and I just wanted to put out there that the re-precincting had been taking place, and just those 2 numbers may have flip-flopped. So they're all ready for the August 26th primary, and we encourage everybody to come out and vote.
All right, thank you.
Question about that.
Sure.
Just from the materials that were put, you know, in the backup, it seems almost that we've had a reversal. We used to have a very heavy 151 and a very light 177, and now we're going to have a very heavy 177 and a very light 151. So I'm not sure that what they did is going to alleviate our problem unless they bring additional resources. And I'm wondering, does the supervisor of election look at that and say, oh, I have 1,500 people in this precinct, maybe I need to allocate 3 voting machines instead of 1.
And I think in most cases, that's always been the case, but just it's in everybody's mind what happened in 2012. And the reason wasn't because of the precinct numbers, it was that long ballot. And I don't think anything could have done because of that long ballot.
Well, from what I recall, there were 2 voting machines, one dedicated to each precinct. So if you were in the heavy precinct, you were waiting on that long
No, there was
line.
more for the heavier one, maybe just 2 machines compared to the 1. But again, the extent of that ballot made those 2 seem like non-existent.
But the one machine often was not being used, or there was no line whatsoever.
Because you had to have that poll number,
I know.
that precinct
I wonder
number.
have they talked about programming machine that could take either district instead of
No, they
separating
did not
them?
talk about that in this. It was strictly re-precincting.
Okay. Item 11E, fine reduction request.
Mayor, this request is in relationship to the property at 1019 Northeast 115th Street. We have additional information that the clerk is going to provide you. Not really pertinent to tonight's discussion, but it does complete the package that you received. There are many outstanding code compliance liens or code compliance fees on this property, as well as an unpaid waste fee balance, an unpaid special pickup invoices, and a landlord permit, as well as 2 special invoices based on some recent work that needed to be done at the property by our public works crew. The issue in front of you tonight is a request to waive the 1991 municipal lien totaling waive or reduce, $2,454.61. This fee was related to the annual waste fee that was required by each property owner, similar to the assessment that is now paid through your county tax bill. It was paid directly to the village, and when it was not received by the village, it was put on, a lien was put on the property with a $12 surcharge. This includes the original lien amount of $650.15, the $12 recording fee, as well as the interest that's been on here since 1991. And you can see that outlined on one of the pages of your backup that is dated municipal lien fees, and it's dated June 2014. I believe there's a representative from the property here if you wish to speak directly to him.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Ulysses Feld on behalf of the property owner. If I can just give you a brief synopsis of what's happened so far. This property's been in litigation for approximately 10 years. What's happened is it was left to a life estate unit, and the individual that had the life estate did not pay taxes from 2003 to the present date. In the back, he filled in the pool with sand, concrete. He didn't cut the grass, which is a result of all these fines. In addition to that, I was able to stop the tax deed sale on 3 occasions, with the judge saying that this is the last time that we can stop the sale. So all of this is in preservation of the current deed owners. We have a contract in the amount of $300,000 that's set to close on August 25th. I'm looking for some help to hopefully reprieve some of the damage that this life estate unit owner did.
Mayor, the code-related fines will be at the next code compliance meeting next Tuesday night.
Okay.
Right, I will be attending that as well. And I just found out, I guess, I'm not sure if you just handed out, but I just found out there's an additional $81,000 on the property, which I spoke to Officer White today, and he informed me that just shortly, a little while ago.
Who do you represent, the seller or the buyer?
No, I represent the seller. Yeah, I represent the seller in this. And everything's going to the court system. All the proceeds, everything goes to the court. It's in front of Judge Eli.
Commissioner Ross?
So there are currently outstanding code violations on the property?
No, just outstanding fees
Did you say it's going to the code board?
for a waiver of the
reduction.
Oh,
fine
for a
re-
reduction.
fine reduction.
But, okay, my understanding is when it's a lien,
Then it
the
comes
code board doesn't have the authority to reduce it, so that's why only this $2,400 is coming to us.
And this is related to waste collection fees,
From 1991.
1991. We've also made it clear to the property owner that we cannot waive any of the other fees related, such as the landlord permit, the recent work by our Public Works Department, special pickup invoices.
So, sir, you represent the fee interest?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Mayor? Yes, Commissioner Anderson? Or did you have anything else? Commissioner Anderson?
What I'm looking at is the original one was for, I guess, the first year, or just 1 year for the non-payment of picking up the trash and garbage to the homeowner. That's on this lien. That's something that the citizens of Biscayne Park had to subsidize because they have to pay it. The interest of this, it's not so much that it's being taken directly out of the pockets of the citizens of Biscayne Park. I look, because this property needs to be fixed, sold, fixed, back onto the tax rolls, so it's actually going to be more revenue coming into to us. I would put forward to the commission of maybe looking at forgiving, let's say, 50% of the interest on this lien.
I thought basically the same thing. I don't know what's the difference between 18% and usury, but I would have said, why don't we just cut the whole thing in half, 2454.61.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure, is a life estate if the present homeowner inherited?
Yeah, what happened was there was a husband and wife. The first husband, they had 3 children. Then the husband passed. The mother married another individual, and the mother passed and left the life estate to the second husband. And in that situation, she clearly shut him out of the will, said he gets absolutely nothing but a life estate,
And a life estate means,
meaning he can stay there for the remainder of his life.
oh, okay.
And what happened with that is the second husband was pissed off at the deceased wife, took it out on the kids, and told the kids that he was going to destroy the property, which he did. And it took us a long time. We had to do what's called an ejectment through the court system. And through that ejectment, then we were able to get a writ of possession, which we finally did in June. But up to that point, it's been a nightmare. And we tried to sell the property before, but when we had individuals come in, he would not let them enter the premises and would chase them off. So the only remedy was really through the court system.
Okay, so the rest of the family, the children now are selling this, or?
There's three, right, there's three sisters on the deed. So we're selling it so that they can recoup some of their money.
But won't the husband, the ex-husband, or the husband get the money?
The second husband gets what's called it would be a remainder of the life estate. He's 75 years old. So he would get whatever the calculation is based on the life estate minus what's called waste. And in this situation, it would be the liens, it would be the unpaid taxes. So really, he would come up with zero or negative, really.
Did he live?
Excuse me?
Did he live all these years on
We're
the
going to have to
property?
put
Yes, he did.
And he let
bungee
it
cord.
go to rack and ruin like that?
He let it go there, and when we finally brought the sheriff in and evicted him, he was living without electricity. He was hoarding. I have pictures if you want, but it's deplorable.
But a $300,000 sale is not going to fail because of $2,400, is it?
No, it'll fail. It's the, I guess, total of everything going on. And once again, this is going through the court system, and
So he will get some of the money from this house, from the sale?
the life estate individual.
Yeah.
Well, on the record, I'm going to make sure he gets. I'm going to try my hardest to make sure he doesn't get anything, actually, because he's created this hardship for the family members.
So in addition to what's in the agenda package, there's another $80,000 that's not on here, and that's going to go to mitigation tomorrow night?
Next Tuesday.
I'm sorry,
Next Tuesday, right.
Tonight.
Right.
And that's just accrued fines? What's the 80, is that just a code violation with accrued fines?
Dirty roof, deteriorated roof overhang, overgrown hedges and trees untrimmed, and some pool issues, a mosquito breeding area.
Okay.
I'd like to understand staff's recommendation on this. It just says that we consider. It says recommendation, commission to consider the fine reduction request for 1991 municipal lien totaling $24.54.
I don't want to undermine what was just said by other commissioners, but from the staff perspective, as long as the $662.15 is recouped, that is our concern. That is the actual cost of the services provided by the service.
So the remainder
by
is
the
interest?
village.
Yes.
The remainder's interest. I've heard a commissioner express a half, which is $1,227.30. We certainly will not stand in the way of that.
Yeah,
I'll make a motion that we reduce the fine to $1,227, whatever the...
30 cents.
30 cents.
I'll second that one.
That's 50%?
That is the half.
Of the total.
That's the half of the interest plus the basic one, so it all adds up to that.
Oh, I'm sorry, then let me rephrase, Heidi. Bob's saying 1/2 of the interest plus the original amount.
Right.
And no, we can do that
Can we
calculation
make that
for you.
calculation?
This $1,227 is half of the total amount owed. If you'd like it to be, it'd be quicker if we did on a calculator.
50%.
No, it's
No, it's not 50%.
No, I'm saying.
No.
Yeah,
50%
it's
of the interest
two-
in the whole.
I was trying to calculate.
Correct.
You don't have to quibble those.
2454.61
We're quibbling
minus
over about $10.
662.15 equals 1792.46 divided by 2 equals 896.23 plus
There's a motion and a second, though. Can we deal with that?
6.2. I think they're looking for the amount. 1,558.38. Is that what you have? Yes.
Okay, so is that your motion?
Commissioner Ross.
Commissioner Ross, you want to amend the motion?
Right, I make a motion that we reduce the fine so it includes the original charge plus 1/2 of the interest calculated out by staff to be $1,558.38.
And I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's move on to item 11F. Miami Shores has a Green Day every year. I'm not sure if anyone has attended in the past, but it's essentially a fair, and there's booths, and will likely be food trucks. And I was approached by the Miami Shores Chamber that if we were interested in having a booth or sponsoring the event. And so what I'm proposing here is a booth sponsorship of $55. And what they're suggesting is that we could showcase a tree expert that they have that they would like to attend the festival. And since we're a tree city, we can have that gentleman at our booth, and we could also, if we have the magnets by then we could provide literature on our newsletter, magnets, and sort of just it's all part of branding in the village and increasing exposure. So I think it's a minimal cost, and it's a good way to get out there in the community.
Mayor?
Yes.
I definitely support you on that. The other part is maybe we can encourage Miami Shores to reciprocate when we have something here.
Yeah, this is actually a Miami Shores Chamber event.
But to ask the chamber to maybe sometime when we have something here to go ahead and buy a table.
Okay. Any other comments?
I'm supportive of it. I think Miami Shores actually has participated in, I remember at least one event that we had their Crime Watch representative come out and participate. So, yeah, it's a good thing.
Anyone else?
I'm sorry, I disagree. It seems sort of phony to have, Miami Shores probably is Paul Simas, it was an arborist in Miami Shores, but why take some tree expert from them and park him behind a Biscayne Park booth? We have no background with or whatever. It seems like it's phony. I'm not opposed to us ever having a booth, but it just doesn't seem, if they want some tree expert to be there, why don't they give the guy or the woman a booth of his or her own? Why get Biscayne Park to do it? And also, to save, echoing past meetings, $55, is that in the budget for this year, for this?
Yeah, this is, my understanding of the tree expert is, and I can confirm, but my understanding, this is someone that the chamber is having. I don't think it's necessarily associated with Miami Shores, but I can confirm that.
Mayor?
Yes.
But what Commissioner Watts was saying, which I concur, where's this money coming from? Is the money out of the commission's budget?
We were going to take it out of special promotions, out of the commission budget.
That's fine.
Okay.
I make a motion that
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. All right. 4-1, yes.
Keep it if you want.
All right, 11G we discussed. Madam Manager, is this is different than the annexation topic, is that correct?
I believe when you requested it, this was in relationship to our...
Mr. Caserta, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so our lobbyist, Dave Caserta, our lobbyist for Tallahassee, David Caserta, as you know, assisted us in getting the money from the state, and he's asked us to consider hiring him for this budget cycle. So maybe this is a topic that's better suited for the budget. I think we can postpone till then. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good.
Could spend just 2 minutes on it,
Sure.
if you don't mind. I
Sure.
think that Dave Caserta has been our legislative consultant for many years. He often works without pay. Every time I've been to Tallahassee, he has, you know, facilitated meetings and made arrangements and escorted and introduced. And even on years where we had no budget for him at all, he still does that. And he's been a friend to the village. So I would like to have us consider that when we prepare the budget. And I guess maybe we need some kind of formal
He gave a, what's his
Proposal from him.
proposal? I don't know if it was formal, but the proposal that he's given.
I have not received anything. I've
Okay.
heard from members of the commission.
No.
I can ask him for something formal that I can include as part of the budget discussions.
Okay.
But
All
I
right.
will concur with Commissioner Ross is saying. For all the years, he's really been a friend of Biscayne Park and has helped us in any which way he could.
Yeah, and oftentimes he doesn't, and I think he'll do the same this time, but he will not charge us for expenses for his trips, and so that's a positive too. All right, so we'll include that. We'll get a budget, we'll get a proposal from him and then have a discussion during the budget cycle. All right, 11H, removal of dead trees and swales and other trees too close to shade trees. I attended the Parks and Parkways meeting the other day, and this issue was brought up. And I think it's just, in walking around the village, there are a number of dead palm trees that I think can easily be taken down by staff. And I just think that we need to start, you know, we always talk about improving the swales and, you know, we don't have the money, but I think just taking baby steps and maybe starting with removal of some of these dead trees, which are really an eyesore, would be a good thing to do, so.
You know, it's been years that the Parks and Parkway have been different recommendations about removal of different trees, dead trees. And it just seems like, you know, I got to hand it to that group to hold in there because nothing has happened. I think, you know, we have a committee that's been working really hard over a lot of years. We need just to start doing some of the recommendations. And as far as removing, you know, dead trees or trees that are too close to each other, let's just start doing it of where our employees can go ahead and.
Yeah, I agree. Commissioner Watts?
I think that removing the dead trees is a good project, all right, but I think we have to be very careful about taking out of trees that are too close to one another. I remember when I was on that committee before it was a board, we spent one summer going down 10th Avenue, and Danny Keys was, you know, off with his head, that goes, this is too close, take this out, and there should be somewhere in the records, you know, plans. But I always suggested that if we were to do anything on any swale, we should inform the residents beforehand, because once you start taking out trees without telling anybody that you're going to replace them with something, you know, even if you think they're too close, you get residents upset. And that's just what happened, and that's how it was. Remember that homeowners association or whatever, when Mr. Walker was ran and became mayor, it sort of was instigated because we started to take out trees without telling the residents of what the plan would be. So I think we do have to communicate with them if trees or bushes other than dead ones are taken out.
Okay.
Well, I think it'd be simple. We got a lot of dead trees.
Let's start with that. Yeah.
Let's just go with that.
Okay. I have noticed some dead trees in the medians in the last couple of months, but I can't agree with that statement that we haven't done anything, because in the last 2 or 3 years, we actually have removed trees that were long dead, and we've made a lot of progress, and largely in part, largely because of the recommendations made by the Park and Parkways Board. But our budget has always been very slim to take care of our trees, so that's another thing that we need to consider and make sure that we're setting aside adequate funds to do that. I am very hopeful that with the changes going on in the Public Works Department, that'll free up our staff to really focus on our medians and bring them back to what they once were. But we have made some progress in the last 3 years, and I hope that that's going to intensify now with the changes.
Okay, Commissioner Jonas?
Yeah, I was going to ask, why do you say swales and not medians, or did you mean both?
No, I'm sorry. Medians. No, I meant swales, but just because I've noticed that there's a number of dead trees in the swales, but to the extent that there's dead trees in the medians.
Yeah, there's a lot of dead trees which need to come out. But we are going to get a a landscape architect to give us a median plan. So, I mean, no reason we shouldn't help them along by getting the dead stuff out.
All right, so let's start with the dead trees.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
in December, January of this a few months ago, many trees were tagged. An extensive tree trimming was done throughout the village. Some trees were removed. There were trees that were to be removed by staff, but due to limited resources, that entire project did not get completed. It's our intention come the fall to jumpstart that project again, make sure that the proper trees are tagged by Parks and Parkways in conjunction with our staff, and they are removed. But I have to caution you, we did do this in December, January timeframe, and once we start tagging the trees that are to be removed, there is an outcry.
But when you tagged the trees, was that to tag just dead trees or trees that were deemed to be too close or not consistent with the streetscape?
All of the above,
Okay,
based
well,
on the
I think
recommendations.
if we focus on the dead trees first, I don't think there'll be much of an outcry, I hope.
And then I would also need to go back, and I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I would also need to go back and just confirm our ability to remove them from the swales, because the swales are the responsibility of the homeowners. And that might be more of a code enforcement, a code compliance issue as opposed to a village ability to remove the trees from the specifically the swales.
So let's focus on the medians first, dead trees.
Well, because if on the swales, if it's the homeowner's responsibility, we need to step that up because it's unsightly having dead, wherever they may be, it's unsightly with dead trees. And so whichever method it takes, but we need to get rid of them.
Okay. All right, let's just get started on the medians. All right, 11I.
I want to start this conversation off with just kind of recalling, as I've said since I've been on board here, I see this park and this recreation center as our main street. We don't have a commercial district, and this is the center of the community. And I've taken some time and I've observed our programs, and we've been really good about increasing our programming here at the park. And I think it's time to address how the park is used. There's a lack of structure in the rules and guidance that we offer our visitors. There's a lack of enforcement abilities by our police officers when it comes to providing backup. Not that we want to be necessarily aggressive in our enforcement, but there are times where we do need some assistance, and without having a formalized ordinance which specifies how infractions may be addressed, some of this is falling to staff, and that's not fair. Staff needs to be putting their energy into programming and creating a welcoming park. With that being said, we went and researched some other ordinances and how other cities address it, and we would like to come back with an ordinance for the commission to consider that would include such items as parental responsibility, hours of use for both the indoor and outdoor recreation facilities, prohibited acts in the park, prohibition of glass containers, domestic animals, picnicking, alcoholic beverages, applications and standards for permits, liability insurance requirements for special events and special uses, league use, village-sponsored events, the use of the community facilities for political activities, enforcement, and penalties. So we're going to be looking at ordinances. We'll be looking around Miami-Dade County as well as the county's ordinance and come up with an ordinance that's unique to Biscayne Park and bring it back to you. But I wanted to share this thought process with the commission, get any feedback that you may have. We've done some interim changes in the meantime. One of the issues we were finding is it was hard to enforce the use of the basketball courts because there was conflicting signage out on the basketball court. There's a sign that dates back to probably about 2006, 2007, based on staff's assessment of it, that says that the basketball courts close at 6 p.m. There's a newer sign that was posted that said that the basketball courts close at sunset. So in order to make it consistent, as we transition staff, we've made it 6 p.m. for now to give us an opportunity to get a handle on the use of the courts, and the rest of the park remains open at this point until sunset. That's one small change we've made. We have extended an employment offer to an individual to take over as the department manager, and we hope to have her on board on the 18th, and I think this is a great time to start transitioning to a more structured rules. With that being said, I also want to remind you that the park will be closed beginning at the end of this weekend, and throughout the week, the interior of the building will be closed as we renovate our bathrooms. So that also gives us an opportunity. We're just at that right moment where we can kind of press the pause button and get a handle on where we stand with the park.
Commissioner Watts?
Yeah, a couple questions and comments. Are you going to order porta potties or anything?
Yes, we'll have a porta potty here outside.
I think this is a good idea. However, I was a little worried after reading the backup, which is so comprehensive, and I think they're for larger communities, because it's like no stone is unturned with every little thing that you can't do, and all. And like even, okay, are you going to think no one can have a picnic and just come over here and just have 3 people have lunch together or something? And I just hope that the ordinance that you present to us is unique to Biscayne Park, and that it's not sort of goes through legislating the action, every single action of anyone in the park. It just reminds me of I just don't want our park to be a place where, the ones where they have a sign and it says, no glass bottles, no this, no this, no this, no this, and no this, and no this, and then it says about, have a good time, and, by the time you read all of the things that you're not supposed to do, your mood has already changed. And so I just hope that our ordinance is not so it's restrictive, draconian, or whatever.
Yeah, the point of that backup was to show how other communities regulate their parks through ordinances. We're going from 0 to 100, and we have to find a way. It is going to be a change for us, having these rules as part of an ordinance and enforceable.
Because I was thinking, if we think first of the thing, what are the issues that are problematic? The basketball court,
unattended children.
Yeah, and all of those things. Those we really need to take care of.
Correct.
Yeah, because I'd like to see what other municipalities, especially around us, how they do it. Because like one of those municipalities we have our backup from is actually, they're on an island way up, upstate. And it really doesn't, what they're dealing with is very different than what we're dealing with. So I'd like to see more of what communities down here, even though they may be bigger than we are, but it's still, they deal with the same problems. And then I don't think we really need to have how they deal with boats or how they deal with swimming on their beaches. Get rid of that part off, so we're just looking at the pieces that pertains to us.
It would only be, our ordinance will only reflect what's for us.
Right.
I think your mindset in picking some of those ordinances was the size of the communities and also how comprehensive the ordinances were, the complete package. But of course, if it doesn't pertain to us, we're not going to have it.
But like I say, because if we take down here in South Florida, we're all dealing with the same demographics and the same kind of issues with the people who actually live here. And I think that's where we need to be looking at.
Is there a, we currently charge for groups, or is it just a registration?
Like facility rentals?
No, but like, for example, the groups that play soccer, I thought that there was some type of, if there was over a certain number of...
Yes.
I'm sorry?
If you're over 12, I think it's
12, it's a permit fee. So right now, we've, the Miami Shore Youth Soccer Club has been using our field in the mornings throughout the summer, so we've been charging them a fee.
I think you're also revisiting the permit fees in another analysis?
Correct. We have to undo some ordinances that included fees before we do the resolution, and we're going to start that at the September meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Ross?
We do have rules in the park that have been sort of enforced by the staff personnel that's here. So I think the most important way to get proper behavior is to have personnel here, to have boots on the ground, to make sure, and they're the first line, to make sure that the rules are being followed. I'm not sure I feel comfortable with having the police come and enforce if kids are using foul language on the basketball court.
That's
I
not
mean,
the
that's the kind of
intent.
thing that
Let me give you
gets-
an example. The rules that are posted right now are 6 p.m., the basketball court is closed. Our staff can ask you to leave. Our staff can ask you to leave. Our staff can ask you to leave. You don't have to leave. Our police can ask you to leave. You don't really have, there's no enforcement there. So it's just to make it,
I'm not sure I agree, because I was looking at Miami-Dade County's code on parks, and they have rules about the parks, and there are certain things that are set in the rule, and then there's a section that says the park director can put, make whatever rules he deems are necessary for the public safety. So I want to make sure that we don't do things so hard that we, sort of get into our own way. And I'd like for us to look first to the local rules and the local practices here in the county, but give ourselves, room to change.
correct.
Any other comments?
It seems to me we're trying to address what might or might not be an issue or a problem. And I don't know that there's clear definition as to whether there is a problem, and if so, what it is. So I want to make the suggestion that I've made a number of times before, which is that we form a group to look at the practices here and see what works and what doesn't, and then make a recommendation. And I would say that the group should include the Recreation Advisory Board, the police, the recreation staff, and you. And you should take as much time as you need to survey what goes on around here, see what everybody agrees is working fine or not working fine, and then craft an ordinance if we need one to address what problems there really are and how they should be solved.
But, I mean, in essence, we don't need a formal group. I mean, the manager could do that herself if she wants to consult with the police.
And most likely,
No,
we
I'm
would have brought
suggesting that we should
our
have a
recommendation to the Recreation Advisory Board before we came back to the commission. I mean, that's.
It
So I
is
would include
exactly-
them at the outset.
It is exactly the kind of thing that the Recreation Advisory Board was originally formed
Right.
to
Correct.
do.
Right.
Correct, that's in their mission.
Okay.
And if we don't need them for that, then maybe we don't need them at all, but it seems to me that that's what they're for. And we need input from the police. We need to know what should enforcement look like, what problems do they see or they don't see. I will tell you that there is a movement, as there has been over a long period of time, to get rid of the basketball court and replace it with a tennis court. I even know Biscayne Park residents who have offered to pay for that conversion. But it doesn't make any sense if people don't generally want it. If they do, we should do that. If they don't and they like basketball, then we should leave it the way it is. But we need somebody to figure that out.
I hear you and I understand what you're saying, but that's not what's driving us right now, is trying to find the problem. What's driving us is to bring some structure to the rules and regulations of the park. I mean, it's simply as simple as that, to just provide structure so it's very clear. What time does the park close? What time does the basketball courts close? What is the proper use of the park? Just to have all those rules that everyone seems to know about, or is on one sign over here, but then there's another sign over there, to make it all in one place. There's a sign on the older kid playground at the bottom of the sign. It's a standard sign. It probably came with the playground equipment. I don't think it's anything special or specific to Biscayne Park. It says all children should be accompanied by an adult, or language to that effect. But we don't have that rule in place. It's on a sign there, but what recourse do we have? As the other day, the clerk and I encountered 4, 5 to 6-year-olds who were not accompanied at the time. So we're just trying to bring some structure to the running of the park, as opposed to.
I don't disagree
This-
with you about
yeah,
the need for structure. I'm just saying I think we should get there in this community by starting with RAB, police observation, the recreation staff, and you.
Correct. And we'll
I just
definitely
don't
go
think
through
it
that
should be
process.
top-down, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, no, I mean, that's our intention. I mean, but I think we need to provide some you know, draft of what we're talking about so that when we go to RAB, it's, you know, the conversation is kind of driven regarding the direction.
Speaking of
Because
working from the ground up, my recollection is that there are some policies and procedures and things that staff here use, and those are sort of a set of rules of what's allowed
Exactly.
and what's not allowed in the park. So if we want to formalize something, maybe we should start there and then make sure that information gets out to the people, to the park users and the people in the community.
Exactly, exactly. There's the staff set of rules, but it's conflicts on signage, it conflicts on, depending on who's working, whose recollection it is, and that's all it is just bringing structure to this.
A little bit stepping back to when we were talking about the renovation of the bathrooms, Gates Summer Camp, will they be done by then?
They're done this Friday,
Okay.
and they're off next week. They return on the 18th, and we've got a tight schedule to get that bathroom done.
Okay. Very excited about it.
Commissioner Watts?
Yeah. Though I think the discussion on this topic brings up another issue, that you're wanting to regularize the rules and all. Also might broaden yourself and take into account that I think that there is a sort of discussion, at least I've heard from various residents, about their own ideas about what's wrong and right in the park. And you know, at one of the meetings, I remember being told that, well, and I think we've heard from some other residents about this, of like, let's take back our park. You know, that there are sometimes just so many kids that are older or using bad language, that one of my neighbors with a small 5-year-old felt uncomfortable being here. And there are all kinds of and safety issues. I think that, you know, the residents should have some input too, because there are other problems that they see that maybe we should discuss and take into account.
That's an
Possible
example of the
solutions.
problem. I've heard exactly that
Yeah.
same thing, and I've heard other people say, no, there's no language problem in the park.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there is or there isn't,
Yeah.
but somebody should figure that out.
Yeah. And that, you know, like how many of the residents use the basketball court as opposed to people from other places. You know,
Okay. Anything else? All right, anything from the village attorney?
Just briefly, it was mentioned by, I believe, Mr. Bickle, as you all know by now, in the Pareto case, which was Pareto versus Harvey Rubin, it's now State of Florida versus Pareto, because the judge did grant summary judgment in circuit court, and it's been appealed by the state. So you now have Monroe County, Miami-Dade County. The summary judgment is 36 pages, and it finds that Article 1, Section 27 of Florida's Constitution is void and unenforceable. So good news there. We were noted, our participation, which is nice. And also, just yesterday, it's going straight up the state, I guess, was Monroe, Miami-Dade, and yesterday, Judge Cohen in Broward County, and actually an issue about a woman wanted to dissolve her civil union from Vermont, but nevertheless, he opined in that the state constitution of one man, one woman is unconstitutional. And what is happening now is the plaintiffs in these cases are trying to get it waived from the district court, since there's different districts, to go straight up to the Supreme Court on the appellate level.
Palm
So,
Beach County too today.
yeah, and Palm Beach County today, I just was informed, so it's going straight up the state, I guess, and arrive in Tallahassee at some point. So I think it was good news. It was good that your voices were heard at some level we got in. And then just secondly, as most of you know, I did have a workshop with the Code Compliance Board last week. They're really, other than this board, in fact, in many ways, more often this board, they participate in quasi-judicial proceedings, and they had two that night. And we went over some of the rules and regs, and they do a very nice job, and they care a lot, as you guys know. And I think it was a good workshop to have. So it's getting late. I'm done.
Thank you for that. All right, anything else, Commissioner comments? Nothing?
Request for items on next agenda.
I do have a comment.
Okay. I have items for the next agenda.
Do you have an item for the next agenda?
I'm going to be putting this as an item because I brought it up to this commission 2 different times about having agenda items with no backup. You know, and there's a form. We have a form. All we got to do is fill it out. And like this time, we had four 4 agenda items with no backup. And what I'm going to ask to put it on, and if I need to, do we need to have a resolution? Because I've asked the commission 2 different times not to put anything on the agenda without some backup. And if we use the form, it'll have some backup.
Okay. I don't think we need a resolution. I think we'll take it from here, and if you can disseminate that form, so.
Do you want,
It's a discussion item?
at the next meeting?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the next meeting, but can you send me the form before the next meeting? Anything else?
Yes.
So is it, so I'm sorry, so is it an
Do we-
item for discussion next month?
Sure, you can add it, but in the meantime, you can send me that form.
Okay, well, why don't we do that?
Thank you.
Okay. Earlier this evening, just to remind, and I'm sure our very able clerk already made note of it, is the flavored tobacco resolution. We were going to put that on.
Yes.
I mentioned to the manager, and I think maybe we should have a discussion here on the commission about it, is possibly using FERDAP, Florida Recreation Department, Parks and Recreation Department. It's a state funding for parks, and I saw where several cities use that kind of funding even for passive parks, purchasing land or developing passive parks. And I thought it might be a good funding source to help develop what I'm calling the Biscayne Park Commons, which is that area behind the log cabin, east of the log cabin, and now with the new building going up, the annex building going up to the west of the log cabin, to develop that area sort of as a passive park. I'm going to do some research between now and next meeting on it, and I thought we should get behind that, perhaps maybe even have a resolution after we have a discussion, so.
And Mayor, if I can very briefly, we did get FERDAP funds for the playground. So we've dealt with them before successfully, so.
Yeah, isn't that what we got the money for the canopy cover?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So I'd like to have that as a discussion item.
Okay.
I also, in the last year or 2 years, we've changed over a lot of the professionals and special disciplines that we deal with. And so I'd like to have a discussion item for soliciting letters of interest for legal, and see where we go with that. I don't know whether it would be an RFQ or a letter of interest, but as we are, we're looking at ways to economize and looking at bringing talent or bringing different talents together to the village as we go through all these projects. It's just something I'd like to talk about.
Okay.
Are you asking for an RFQ to be put on? 'Cause
Yeah, well, no, just
Just
for us to
discussion.
discuss it, just for us to discuss it.
Okay. I'd like to add, can we further discuss now that we have the Heisenbottle study, bring that back for further discussion?
We could, I thought that was part of the special meeting on the 16th.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Anything else? Yes.
I'd like to put on the agenda discussion of the issue of fundraising, getting a fund together for the departing sanitation workers. I've run into difficulties. I'll be fine doing that on a personal basis, but I don't think it should be a problem for a flyer to go out to the village asking for donations for these people, and that could be given after they're no longer working for us, so there wouldn't be a union or conflict of interest. And so I'd like that to be discussed. Also, I just wanted to mention to Commissioner Anderson, the literal reason I didn't have backup is I didn't expect it to go on the agenda because Maria nicely reminded me earlier in the week that I needed to send backup. And I wrote to her and I said, I can't do it until I have 3 other things on the list that are more important, and if I get to it, I will. And then I did the research I had, couldn't find anything, and I just assumed that since she didn't hear from me, that she wouldn't put it on. But she's so efficient. She probably thought that I forgot. So
All right.
there's my excuse.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. Announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. Wednesday, August 6th, is the Public Art Advisory Board at 6 p.m. Wednesday, August 6th is the Code Review Board at 7 p.m. Tuesday, August 12th is the Code Compliance Board at 7 p.m. Wednesday, August 13th, we'll have a special commission meeting at 6:30 p.m., immediately followed by our first budget workshop for fiscal year 14-15. Saturday, August 16th is the community meeting on the Village Hall Annex at 9:30 a.m. Saturday, August 16th is our Back to School Children's Safety Day event starting at 2:30 p.m. Monday, August 18th is Planning and Zoning at 6:30 p.m. Monday, August 18th is Ecology Board at 6:30 p.m. Wednesday, August 20th is the second budget workshop for fiscal year 14-15 at 6:30 p.m. Wednesday, August 20th is Code Review Board at 7 p.m. Tuesday, August 26th is our primary elections from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Wednesday, August 27th is the Recreation Advisory Board at 7 p.m. Monday, September 1st, all village departments are closed for Labor Day. Tuesday, September 2nd is Planning and Zoning at 6:30 p.m. Wednesday, September 3rd is our Code Review Board at 7 p.m. And for September only, because of the Labor Day holiday, our next regular commission meeting is the second Tuesday of September, September 9th, 2014 at 7 p.m.
Make a motion to adjourn.
One more thing, I'm sorry, I didn't hear if you mentioned early voting, when early voting starts? August 11th? Early voting?
Thank you.
All right, motion to adjourn?